These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
One more. 1, 2, 3. Looking good too. Hello， 现在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
Mercy, mercy on the hill, don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never.
Type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy. Be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy, Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. Ooh, if you want the work, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest, ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't know both, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure
There ain't no stopping this groove. Let the groove get Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Out your back with it, out your back with it, out your back with it, put 'em in a trance. Out your back with it, out your back with it, out your back with it, put 'em in a trance. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came for. There ain't no stopping this groove. Let the groove get it to you. Put your hands up, look back at it, make 'em stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give 'em what they came. Shake it. Give 'em what they
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the LCP 2026. Of course, the first week, I will once again be your host, Vesh. And alongside me tonight, it is going to be Pike, making his return from 2025. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, mate. I'm super excited for tonight. It's my first night on the LCP officially. I'm super keen to be here. I know you and I have had some good chats. We're excited for some fantastic games, but honestly, it's just nice to be here. It feels like the top, and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're about 5 minutes out from sort of getting those walk-ins and getting the show ready. So what I want to sort of cover first of all is sort of the roster changes, right? Tonight we've got the two titans of the league, essentially, it looks like, between GAM and CFO going up against one another. Both teams are very different from last year. Now, GAM hasn't made a lot of roster changes by any stretch of the imagination, but Levy leaving is a big blow in my mind. He was sort of the catalyst for a lot of their success in 2025. And of course, the addition now of Taki is going to be a big impact or a big change in that bot lane. And we saw the work he does on Team Secret Wales. So sort of for yourself, what do you think about this team coming in? Do you think it's positive changes? Do you think it's, sort of going a side grade or whatever? Or how are we thinking about GAM?
Look, I think GAM's got a lot of things going for them, right? Like, not a huge amount of changes is nice, but like you said, Levy leaving is a bit disastrous. He did really lead the charge in keeping this team really consistent. So I'm keen to see how Taki's going to really take over that position. I think there's a lot of work there to be done, but I think he's up for the challenge. He's made a really good name for himself in the past. I think in this roster with GAM, he's going to be able to shine just as much, hopefully, as Levy. But it really comes down to that team synergy. Is this team going to be able to do as much and be as accomplished as they were? Or are they going to start finding a little bit of faults? But it's early days. It's only week 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vidrekthar obviously didn't play last year. Coming in to fill that direct role, coming into that jungle for Levy, I think it's going to be pretty telling just to see in this opening game up against CFO how well he's able to do up against Shadow, a very accomplished player in his own right, both over in EU and then LPL for BLG last year. So yeah, big shoes for both of those players to fill, really, because on the other side of things for CFOs, talking about Shadow, is he's coming in as a replacement for Junja, who has now gone over to the LPL, and at least for my money, for years now, 3 years at least, Junja has been the best player of the PCS, last year of the LCP. And Shadow coming into the region from the LPL, I think he's got a big job ahead of him to try and live up to the expectation that CFO have in their jungler.
And I think you could talk about this, right, is these are changes that I know a lot of people weren't really hoped for. CFO had such an awesome run. Even at Worlds, they were looking top tier. But you've still got names on this roster that are so incredibly strong. And the one that I talked about from day 1 last year, Doggo, that Draven he took to Worlds stood out. Everyone loved it. But I think this is the AD carry that he can now step up and take that charge as well. So I think, yes, there were some big losses, but I think they've got some big gains, and I think this team's going to do pretty good this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the mid lane, Pangyon. And their rookie coming up from CFO Academy, 2274. So this player, I mean, he did struggle, honestly speaking, at times during the PCS. But coming now into the LCP, obviously they had the choice between both Orca and 2274. The team opted in for 2274. So obviously, as an organization, they have a lot of hope for their rookies. They saw the success they had with Hongq, hoping it would seem to replicate that this time in the support role for 2274. And I mean, out of every AD carry in the league, what better AD carry to learn beside than Doggo? I think, obviously, Doggo a very, very strong laner, very, very strong at what he does in the AD carry role. I think it's going to be a bit of an easier time coming into the LCP and trying to find your footing for 2274, being that he is paired up with such a good AD carry. But do you have any concerns for that young rookie? I mean, he's trying to replace Kaiwing, a very, very well-versed and experienced support.
I actually don't have that much concern. I think a lot of AD carries, we've always talked about this, you talk about this in solo queue where your AD carry gets babied a little bit by your support. I actually think with an experienced AD carry, like you said, as Doggo, bringing in 2274 means he might be able to train him up to be like the ultimate friend in that bot lane. Like, they could have the dynamic duo of that. Again, Kaiwing, so good, and just enabled Doggo to do everything. Does Doggo give him that same sort of leniency to say to 2274, hey, it's okay to go roam, like, it's okay to do things, like, I've got this, like, let's see how we communicate. I think tonight's showing is going to be a really strong indicator as where this bot lane is going to go and how they're going to sort of form this split, in saying that I do have high hopes. I think young blood is really, really important. I think getting these fresh players in, fresh set of eyes, fresh hands, 17 years old, he knows what he's going to be doing, and he could be here for the long run as arguably one of the best supports we might see. So I have high hopes.
Absolutely. go to the right first once we're back, walkouts, and then the 2v2. We'll see you shortly. Taking a look out over the skyline of Taipei as we get ready for our first game of the second night. CFO up against GAM. It's a very anticipated matchup, and it really will set the tone of where these standings are starting to look like at the very start of our year, of our split. Pike, mate, what are you feeling? Give me a prediction. I need it right now.
Oh, you need it right now? Straight off the bat, I think it's going to be a 2-1 GAM. I think this is going to go the full 3 games. I think GAM's going to have some tricks up their sleeves with some picks, but I think CFO, I back my boy Doggo. The Woof Woof is going to get it done tonight.
Yeah, very, very possibly. Players now coming out onto the stage, of course, starting up in that top lane. It is the return of Rest, one of the players that have remained from 2025, going up against who, for my money, is the best top laner in the league in Kiaya. Now the captain of GAM, filling those shoes of Levy in that regard. Very, very big shoes to fill, of course. Junglers now, Shadow coming over from the LPL to try and show his might, try and prove his worth with the shoes of Junja, no less, to fill up against Drakthar.
Look, and I love that, right? Like, it's nice to see some other regions sharing the love. We've obviously shared a lot of players over from CFO as well, but Pangyaz and Eris as well coming out on the floor, looking sharp. Those bomber jackets are bombing. They are looking so good tonight. And these teams are definitely feeling that fire. You can see getting ready to sit down there too. I'm excited to see what they can do. This mid lane is so heavily contested with the jungle picks too.
Absolutely, and there's your man Doggo going up against Artemis. 2 very, very strong AD carries. Obviously, going to be paired with their bot lane coming out very shortly, and I think I just have to go with, in my favor, or who I'm favoring rather, in the GAM bot lane. I mean, Taki already well and truly proven his worth with Team Secret Whale, securing themselves that second seed heading into Worlds for 2025. And 2274, the new kid on the block, coming up, 17 years old and trying to prove his worth. It's going to be hard. I mean, Artemis and Taki are going to almost certainly be a dominant bot lane. Very explosive players, very, very skilled players. And this is 2274's first opportunity to even come close to the LCP stage.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, and I think it's, like I said, it's fresh blood in there too. They've had a bit of time over the short break since Worlds to actually maybe get this team in order. At least he's been in that sort of PCS sort of roster as well, playing, training, getting ready. So I think you can't underrate what that can do for a player. We've seen players that have not had the greatest splits before or been in other roles and then move in and then actually have a phenomenal showing. So I have high hopes. I'm putting a lot of pressure on them, but I'll try and take it back. But we see Artemis and Taki coming in for that best of 2 to get side selection. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, going for the bot lane and support duo, I think, I mean, it can make sense. We haven't really seen a lot of AD carry support champions. We did see the one Varus Tom Kinch game, which is, you know, a kind of somewhat of AD carry support duo lane. But on the other side of things, could be Doggo and Rest, so the 2 players that remain from 2025, pairing up alongside one another for this 2v2. Of course, Doggo, very, very skilled, rest much the same. For sure going to be a very exciting battle between who picks up that side selection. Honestly, though, as I always say, the side selection, well, it does have implications now. It feels a little less powerful in regards to, okay, you get side selection, but the other team now gets to pick if they want to pick first or pick second, or you've either, chosen to pick first or second, they get side selection. So, I mean, it's hard to really gauge the strength of either side of the map, either side's first pick, second pick, and maybe as the split does develop, we will get to sort of know more and find out more as information comes available.
Well, yeah, the meta's still evolving here, Vestian. That's the thing. It's like we're still seeing new champions being played. Like, yes, there are some hot favorites. We're going to see Jace bans all over the map, but it still comes down to, like, how comfortable you feel as well. I think getting, like you said, 2274, maybe he is a little bit nervous tonight. Maybe seeing if we can get him on a priority side if Doggo and Rest can step up to the plate here. But, again, Artemis, Taki, they could just play something real straightforward in this. They've banned out the Yorick, so maybe they're looking for something a little bit unconventional, and there's the Draven ban too.
Yeah, makes sense. Strong 1v1 and obviously 2v2 champion in that Draven. Doggo very, very good at it, so get rid of it. Don't want to deal with it. It makes a lot of sense. Time Kench taken out as alongside the Darius. So Artemis and Taki, what are they going to go towards here? Obviously, they will get the first pick out the back of these bans. We'll see if they go for something standard. I mean, we saw a Karma that, while it didn't win with Ground Zero and Orca playing it, it did look very, very hard to deal with in that 2v2. We'll see if it is something that GAM want to go towards. Obviously, Taki would be perfectly capable of piloting it.
What do you like to see in these 2v2s, though? Like, well, there's a Cho'Gath being picked up, and I kind of like that, but it's a bit of an interesting one. The Silence, Pantheon and a Cho'Gath is magic in the making. That's a duo that I would love to see every day of the week.
Oh, it's going to be Ivan Ringar. Ivan Ringar. Come on. Lock it in.
Please.
Yes.
Oh
yes!
my God.
This is exactly what I wanted. I mentioned this yesterday. It is really, really hard to deal with 2v2. Now, on the side of GAM, they do have some counterplay, right? As long as you're landing that Pantheon stun while there isn't the fully stacked charges on Ringar, he doesn't get that cleanse. You might be able to just burst him out, stun from Pantheon, knock up from Cho'Gath. The silence is there, obviously, with the feast to follow up. That is a lot of damage that comes in a time where you're not able to move, but it could be possible that this Ivan shielding is able to try and keep him alive during that. So it'll be interesting to see. I definitely do favor the Ringar Ivan when it comes to this 2v2, but I mean, it's really, really hard to judge ultimately.
Yeah, and it's all about getting onto the actual bridge itself and see how these 2v2s are actually going to go. I still like the Cho'Gath Pantheon. I think, yes, you're right. Ivan Rengar is such a strong duo, but you have so much layering of CC, and Pantheon's just output of damage is pretty nuts. You can see as well there's the anti-kill on Cho'Gath too, getting that early Oblivion, but already looking for a cheeky skirmish as Doggo is just getting those jumps. Artemis burning out everything, and the jump, the hop skip, they could just keep it going, but no, they trade one for one.
Taki, one more kill here. Rest does have flash, does have the barrier. Barrier is going to be used.
We'll have to see.
Oh my lord, it's over just like that. And well, I mean, over before it really started here is GAM are going to be able to claim themselves that side selection. Taki on the Pantheon getting it done. It was a little dicey. I think ultimately, while the Ringar Ivan is strong there, you really want to hit level 6 and make it a 3v2, and the fact you get that Daisy. But unfortunately, if the game ends at level 3, you are nowhere near that Daisy coming out, and making good use of just that early power, the inherent power that a Pantheon has to take that 2v2 win.
I'd be curious to see how long was that actual 2v2 though, Vestian, because that felt like it might be the fastest one. Obviously, yes, it's only day 2, but let's just keep track of how long that actually was, because that could be the fastest one we'll see all split.
I would be surprised if it wasn't, to be honest. I don't even think minions had arrived in the lane yet, so yeah, trying to beat records there with that one, and I think they've probably achieved it, and it's going to be a record that I don't think is going to be broken for the rest of it. But of course, side selection's one thing, actually winning on the Rift is another. With Chowie at the helm, a very formidable team the CFO has been for a year and looks to continue to be here in 2026.
And now getting ready for that. So I actually didn't get to see it because I was just getting things a little bit sorted on my end. Apparently I was peeking, which is not ideal. But what side did we actually land on? Where are these two teams going?
I think it was CFO on red side, but I mean, we'll find out. Honestly, it's really hard to work out because the picks change, and yeah, I'm still not certain on what is strong and what isn't. It's really, really weird. You know, every game is like, okay, blue side's first with first pick this time, and then the next time it's red side first with blue side first pick. And I'm an old man now, so change does not compute well in my brain. But, you know, as time goes on, it's going to be easier and easier to work out, I suppose.
Oh, look, and that's okay. It's still day 2, mate. We'll forgive you for that one, but maybe not next time.
Yeah. Hopefully get into the draft very shortly. I'm interested to see 2274 because, again, he does have some rough showings in the PCS, which is a lower level of competition, but with it comes lower level of teammates in general. Of course, not always the case. So going alongside these big names that we do see here on CFO probably is going to do amazing stuff for him as a player, and obviously having Chowie as well to back him up is going to do wonders for him.
100%. And we got to see some good bands coming out. There's the nice Akali being taken off the board. I'm surprised it wasn't a Jace, though, especially Ambassador as well. I think that was almost 100% ban rate yesterday for you guys. So Orianna too, so that Orianna Nocturne's already off the boat. So we'll have to see what they're going to look like. But this is already shaping out very different drafting and different bands that we've seen from yesterday. Do you like it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, typically, at least for pretty much the entirety of last year, you're against a VCS team, you ban Nocturne. So we've kept that tradition here for CFO. Obviously, this time it's not Levy, who is known for his Nocturne, but maybe Drakthar, also very capable on the champion. So take that away. The Malphite, obviously very strong. We did see it get picked up yesterday. It looked incredible, and it was banned otherwise. So not want to verse that. Jace left open. I imagine that's going to be an immediate snap up for CFO. I would dare suggest Shadow is very capable of playing the champ.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they locked in Ambessa on the other side of that too. But yeah, there it is. That's the Jace. Ambessa means a pretty honest and capable pick if you want to put that in top, or the jungle on the other side too. So what would you usually put up against the Jace? Jace is so strong, but what's a good matchup for that?
I mean, in the jungle, the matchup barely matters. You kind of want to pick your jungler so you can either round out your comp or fill a hole that your comp may have, or counter the other team's comp. But when it comes to the direct matchup in jungle, it barely matters. So you can just go something, you know, a staple like the Pantheon, like the Wukong, something alongside this. You've picked now the Rumble, so this opens the door for potential Jarvans. I think it's too early in the draft to look for the Jarvan. There is a Ryze, of course. Ryze so far is undefeated and has looked incredibly strong. And essentially, with that, with the new items, has been turned into what is it, ARAM Mayhem version of Ryze. It's kind of revolting, but nonetheless, Ares is going to have his pick here, and he was playing it last year, so we know that he is going to be good at that champ.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen to see it, but there's that formidable Cassante. That was honestly a disgusting note. Decided not to go with the Talia. Obviously, great pick. Works well into the Ryze. Great rotations. The Weaver's Wall is going to come in clutch. Get that mobility. I really like this champion right now.
Yeah, the Talia, always just a staple of the mid lane, really. It has that nice range, that nice wave clear, the ability to move around the map. It kind of doesn't lack anything, right? With Phase Rush being an option, you do also get that mobility, so it is just a really strong champion. Drakthar hovering the Kiana first of all, and now maybe going towards the Jarvan. Jarvan makes a lot of sense. Cassante struggles to get outside of that Cataclysm, outside of using his ult or dashing to a teammate. Talia can't really get out of that Cataclysm, and so already you're seeing some prime Jarvan ult targets, and that means the priority of the champion does go up.
Yeah, and it's all about that circle theory. We know Blue Panda loves to reference that circle theory, and with a Rumble Equalizer on top, you have to be scared of what is possible. But Cassante, pretty happy to get through those walls, happy to get some dodges and dashes, but getting that all out could be terrifying depending on where you go. So we're seeing a Corki band out now on the next side, targeting that bot lane.
Yeah, 80 carries and supports yet to be picked up, so it will naturally be the priority of those bans. It looks like for GAM, they want to take away some of those priority laning champions, that things that can sort of bully the lane, get priority, and help the jungler around that bottom side of the map, so Corki stands out as that first one of the bans. And Varus, I mean, much the same idea for CFO here. Not many champions can stand up to that thing in lane, and so just get rid of it. There's no reason to make things volatile here in Game 1.
Yeah, it's always pretty good just to get rid of those like strong champions in the meta. Again, we're still seeing waiting on like Yanara, Aphelios, a couple of those high priority picks we've seen all over, even in some of our own games here at the LCP last night. So Leona being taken off, I do like it.
Yeah, I guess you're just banning the Leona ban pretty much just for your Ryze. It is probably the best support champion in the game against the immobile mages, so banning the Leona into the Ryze always good, but honestly, the Leona would have been a perfectly good pick for them as well into this Talia. So somewhat banning their own champ, I mean, whatever. You don't want to verse Leona, you don't want to verse Leona, just ban it. Alistair going to be the response. Again, very strong, engaged support. There's still a lot of options, Nautilus, Rel, Rakan. So you're not struggling for choice anyway.
Yeah, oh, there's the Misfortune picked up. I'd like to see a Rel being paired up with that one too, but yeah, it has to be Rel. It's the only real solution. But still, let's see what Doggo wants to take in response. 2274. There's the Draven we were hoping for. Famed and fortuned around the world. Let's see if they lock it in though, because that is going to be a big disrupt if you can cancel out that bullet time. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think it's a rough game to be Draven though. If you ever don't have Flash and you get Cataclysmed, you pretty much are just going to die. With the equalizer coming down on top of you. Yunara makes a lot more sense, and so I think it's a smart pickup. While, you know, probably playing homage to the fact that he's the only Draven that got to win at Worlds. Very, very capable on the champion, but certainly don't want to pick it in these games that it's just very, very difficult to sort of navigate the lane. You know, Misfortune isn't going to just roll over and concede lane to a Draven. One of the few champs that is actually able to stand tall in that lane, so no point in wasting it there. Nautilus is going to be their supportive choice, and I imagine Taki will just lock in Rel here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this role is going to work. But I like the Yunara, I like the Nautilus too. I'm a bit concerned on 2274 with the Nautilus, just in regards to J4 and the impact of building out those walls. Wow. Like, love to see, but that's a Bard hover. There's a Veigar hover. Come on, just pick the Rel. It just makes the most sense.
Yeah, it will be the Rel. I mean, you are just going full circle theory here, and it makes sense. The Realm Misfortune lane is very strong. You have a lot of setup for that bullet time. And even if, you know, some fights, for some reason, you can't use that bullet time, we saw it yesterday used to great effect as sort of a zoning tool, keep making sure Doggo can't get into the fights, or possibly Pyongyang. But, I mean, both compositions here, perfectly capable of playing the game. Shadow got a big job of trying to get his team ahead here on the Jace, a lot of priority on that champion. Very, very speedy clear. Rest, just having to survive up in that top lane, but Kaya should have a lot of freedom to kind of do what he wants to help his jungler on the top side of the map. While the other side, I mean, the Yunara, Nautilus versus Misfortune Rel is kind of just I mean, it can be a brawl fest, but really no one is giga winning in that lane matchup.
Yeah, and I played a game of Yunara today, and it just didn't go my favor anyway, so I'm keen to see someone actually pilot the champion to good effect, and I trust Doggo to make sure that's going to work for us. And I'm curious, this champion is that big hyperscaler with these games starting to go a little bit longer, more items coming online, you get those quests filled out, and we talked about, we haven't yet seen 6 items fully completed. I'm keen to see if they can do it today if the game goes too long, but still, I'd like to see this Yunara have some really good impact and some really good damage off, and every game we've seen, they've delivered, so I'm excited to see it again here, but we'll have to see. Coaches have left, jumping out onto the Rift, and I'm super keen on how we're going to see Doggo and Artemis actually face off. These are the laners that I'm curious to see how they're going to impact, as AD carries have notoriously sort of struggled. They get popped instantly in these fights. Whether they're going to have a bit more impact, we'll have to see.
Absolutely. Both AD carries perfectly capable though, but yeah, I mean, a lot of it just comes down, it seems so far in the LCP, to these dragons. A lot of priority over the early dragons. 5 minutes quite often it's taken at, so we'll see. On the Jace, I think you have a little bit more priority around it, but the skirmishing on Jarvan is very strong. It does get better at level 6, and admittedly, usually by the time Dragon's taken, there isn't level 6 yet for the dragons, so we'll see if that is where either of the junglers want to try and work towards, if that's what they want to go for. Kiaya, oh dear, he has walked very far up, and I don't think he's going to die, but he is going to lose his flash, and that's a big start to the lane for Rest. A lot of pressure off him now in that top lane against the Rumble is a big win.
And that's just going to be so much help in regards to how this laning phase is going to turn out for him. Again, Rumble does usually win out in laning phase, but now the flash is gone, the pressure's off, they can sort of relax a little bit more, just get some items, get some farm. Oh, milestones. Doggo is 44 kills away from 500. I love that.
I've never seen the pop-up for it. They've almost at 500. Usually the pop-up is they are 500. Heavy trading down this bot side, a lot going on, just an exchanging of summoners.
Yeah, nothing too bad. It's Doggo's happy to take a little bit of trade. They've got pots. They're feeling pretty comfortable about it. I don't think there's ever going to be any huge fights until there's going to be a huge objective, but you never know. Taki, very aggressive, wants to sort of put it down to 2274 and put him in his place even. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to do that, but they've got the lane to do it. Level 6, it's an all-in that is pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be priority in this bot lane for Artemis and Taki. Rel, just a little bit more, I guess, autonomy when it comes to those early levels between herself and the Nautilus. Of course, Nautilus can throw a hook, but there's a bit of a pinata past that point, especially at level 1. Whereas Taki already hitting level 2. The Misfortune is a little stronger early, means they do guarantee that pressure. But Drakthar's located Shadow.
a little bit easy. The flash does get the blast cone, able to survive that one out. Ever so close, but really nice jungle read there from Drakthar, just being able to invade very early to level 3, and then now to take the red away is just going to probably put this Jason's place too and put him a little bit further behind in tempo.
Yeah, a little bit of diagonal jungling. 2274 is very far up here, and he's going to be able to make himself out. Get away, Shadow with the smite. Just going to get those Krugs, but all the mini ones, which is a lot of the gold, going over to Drakthar. So a great start so far for GAM.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about in regards to this GAM. I think even last year, they showed that they are very aggressive early. They like being in your face. They love these jungle fights. They love being in the river. It's whether they can snowball off that. And this is the thing that we've seen so consistently out of CFO in their previous roster, is they can wait to 20 minutes. As long as it goes even, they're feeling pretty good. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the same for this split, especially with roster changes. I'd like to see them continue this narrative of GAM really taking ownership in these early fights and snowballing hard.
Absolutely. It's a very different dynamic with the switch-in players, and also, I mean, it has to be noted, Pyongyang, not a native Mandarin speaker. We touched on yesterday with discussions around Jimmy and Husha that it can be a lot more, or a lot harder, I suppose, to sort of call things in the heat of the moment, to make the right plays when you aren't able to actually communicate effectively. So we'll see if that comes into effect. I have seen on socials that he is trying to learn.
Yeah. Just going to get out. Nice warding there, obviously. Keeping that early aggression, just stopping them from being those invades. But same ward goes up onto those Krugs as well. You can definitely see they were looking for a fight. CFO trying to turn that tempo tide. So we'll have to see if anything's going to happen. But again, Shadow putting good wards out, tracking where Drakthar is going, looking for that invade. Could look for a bit of a counter, but I think rest is just too low. This could be potentially a dive.
Wow. Very much could be. The Gromp's definitely going to go. And wow, what a controlling jungle play from Drakthar. This is kind of something we've never seen CFO have to deal with. Is this constant pressure, the taking away of all the camps, the unrelenting forcing of all the camps being taken away. Is, I mean, usually we saw last year Junja was the one doing it to the other team, so we'll see how they're able to sort of play around things when it is a little bit different, when the sort of tables have turned onto them.
Looks like 2274 may have overstepped just a little bit. Has to burn that flash early, put that on the clock. Literally at 10 minutes, he will have flash back up. But still, no, it's a Hex Flash. Forgive me. Didn't see that. No, it'll be back up sooner. It's okay.
Yeah, no, he'll have the, what is it called? Summoner Haste Insight, Cosmic Insight. So it'll be about 4 minutes 20 or so that it'll be back up. But yeah, for the time being, losing out on that flash means he is a lot more vulnerable to this Jarvan. And I mean, 4.5 minutes is a long time to be without your flash in what can be a very brawly bot lane. Yeah,
first dragon spawned as well. We are seeing that Hex tech, which is obviously one of my favorite souls, I would say, but I think isn't your favorite soul the Chem tech? Is that actually legit?
No. He just says that because it's the worst soul, but the best soul in the game, like objectively, is the Cloud Soul. I think that has, since its release, and still has the highest win rate.
Realm Warp coming in. 2274, no flash. He's just going to get absolutely obliterated here. First blood heading over to Ares, and that could lead into First Dragon 2.
Yeah, man, I'm loving this proactive play out of Drakthar. Level 5 now, taking the crab. We'll see if he chooses to do the dragon. I think it might be a bit rough with his topside camp spawning. And honestly, his bot lane has to recall after that. But still, a huge win. Ares finds the priority to move on down. Realm Warp comes through. Barely a response able to come through for Pyongyang, and just gets a little bit more minion push. And honestly, didn't even get an advantage for it. So GAM coming out well and truly on top here in the early stage of the game. Pretty much a natural 1k gold advantage.
And this is exactly what I was talking about before, is these are the lovely early skirmishes. I'm going to see this awesome replay as well. Drakthar so patient, waiting for it, and the Realm Warp right on top of Doggo, and I think 2274 is just like, just leave, I'm dead, it's all good.
Yeah, no flash, so there's no real way out. Hook's on in this time, and Taki going to be able to shield up a bit of the damage here for Doggo. But, yeah, things going very well for GAM thus far. Kaya has weathered the storm, flash now back up and available, so has himself a lead regardless of losing that summoner early. Still, rest surviving the lane, and that's all you really have to do up against the Rumble as a tank.
The only thing you have to be very worried about is once that equalizes online, If J4 decides to come for a little mosey up top, a little stroll even, it could spell disaster. But Rest, we've seen him survive worse. So I think he's got it in him. It's all about that mid to late game. CFO want to hold on. If they can maintain even maybe a 2k gold lead, I'd say they have a chance of coming back. They do scale quite well. I think Talia might be able to get a couple of good rotations off. Oh, trying to thread that needle. Just not going to land, but I'm curious to see how CFO is going to sort of weather this storm, as they are getting pushed pretty hard, as 2274 again, taken pretty low. Bullet time's nice, but it's just going to go off to the side. You see the Transcended Doggo just trying to force them back, and honestly, good bit of damage, but no mana to follow it up.
Yeah, not going to get much for it. A bit of damage over to 2274. He procs the Aftershock, walks on out of the bullet time, and yeah, Doggo returns some damage, but I mean, recalls were going to come through anyway for both these bot lanes. Pyongyang now being looked at, does have that flash available to himself.
Ooh, it's a lot of damage though. You've got to be so careful. That was just a simple flag and dragon. They're already now talking. There is Void Grubs up on the menu. 2274 getting an early roam, but got to be spotting out these nice deep wards. But I think these are just going to go over. I'm not sure we're going to see Shadow get there just in time. Maybe get one at a hope. The TP's coming out, and now they're starting to converge the fight. See, his Gaia is going to be dumped on. Equalizer goes down. It's done a little bit of damage, but not all too much. No items to boot. Real's going to get dumped, but there's the Cataclysm. It's pretty good. Ares is happy with this play. Now they're jumping on in. And Shadow picks up Gaia, and now they're just trying to run tail between their legs. Rest. You need to survive as long as you can, but it might not be enough. And they're just going to clean house. The flash over the wall keeps Rest alive. Not caught sleeping just yet. Now they're trying to turn these tides. They are low. Tacky, Ares, Realm Warp up and available, but they just jump out. They want to continue the fight. Ares says, we can turn this again, and they do lock it down. It's just too much for it. As yes, Pyongyang now picks up the kill, nice little knockback, and they do pick up Taki. The double kill for the Talia is phenomenal in that fight. The turn of the tides.
Yeah, Pyongyang doing a good job
Flash
turning
hook
it.
though! 2274! He wants blood! He said, you took my flash, I'll take your life!
Able to come back, dies, respawns, heads back to mid, able to claim a third kill here for Pyongyang, now 3-0-1 on this Talia. And a really back and forward fight. It looked fantastic coming out of GAM. They landed absolutely everything they could have dreamed of. Got a bunch of flashes out, but Pyongyang able to get there with that Weaver's Wall and turn the tides of the battle. I mean, 2274, he is just absolutely annihilated to start things off. We'll see. Hooks on in, and I was a little concerned because Taki is not here yet. So GAM, they're fighting a man down essentially, but as Kiaya overheats, so much damage comes down, but in will come Pyongyang. Perfect shove to make sure that Drakthar can't follow anymore. Shadow avoiding a lot of damage by getting himself out with his flash as well. And Rest buys so much time on this Cassante. Flashes out on a minuscule amount of HP. And Taki pulls the trigger here. You'll see the Q flash. Ares getting out of the Realm Warp just in time to turn around the kill, but it's still Pyongyang throwing rock after rock over that wall alongside Rest, who, again, got out on such a small amount of health that's able to turn this around.
And Doggo right now actually is getting chunked out, taken, but the double kill was looking so nice. But yeah, if we look back into the game now, once it comes up, Doggo's just been taken out. He just got caught sleeping down on this bot side, and he's just lost his first death.
Absolutely.
A lot of damage in that fight, though. Really nice to see the Talia actually putting in a lot of work. A little bit of a slow start into these Realm Warps, but now getting a little bit more agency. The Blackfire Torch online into the Rod of Ages. It's going to be a bit of a pickle to deal with. As Rise scales, it's going to get a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pyongyang on the Talia has a lot of range, so it doesn't typically have to deal with the Rise that much, but people like Doggo, like 2274, will find themselves getting absolutely annihilated as these items come on through. But yeah, Artemis just chasing down Doggo here. But unfortunately, I mean, one champion has that lethal tempo, one champion doesn't, and it's not even really that close by the end of it. Doggo, flash away.
Yeah.
No ultimate on the Jarvan. Taki, able to get that knock up on the back end.
Yeah, it's just nice little cleanup. This is the first dragon we're talking about. Doggo just back in lane now, so it should be a bit of a free. But we also did see that we saw Shadow picking up those 2 Void Grubs. So it's a nice little consolation prize for the fight that they did win out up on that top. So not too bad to trade over the dragon. No feats of war anymore though, Vestian, so it's always good to just try and get these quests online as soon as possible.
Yep, taking away the Noxian blessings for this year, of course. And I mean, I didn't really feel the power of the boots all that much. There were some that were definitely better than others. If you could get away with them, the cooldown boots, the Ionian boots were kind of far and beyond the rest of the boot tier list, but nonetheless, they're gone now. Only mid laners get access to the upgraded boots, and That'll be once their quests are finished. You're seeing right now that Kaya has finished his quest up in the top side, the first to do it on the Rift.
Bit of a slower state now as it's heading out. No objectives on the board, so there's no real reason to fight, but you can see Shadow very comfortably just sitting down in the wings. They're looking potentially for a fight, but still, Drakthar is making their way downtown. They're looking for a potential dive. They've got a big wave, but maybe it's just about the early pressure. Young is here. They've got the 4 members high and tight, and they just have to back off. I think they're just wasting time at this point.
Yeah, Ares was also leaning towards the bottom side of the map, so with that round warp would have been able to come and join the fight as well, but didn't end up needing to. So bot lane survives, and the 4 members of CFO will all go back to their own lanes, or jungle in the case of Shadow.
Still slowing down the state. Starting to see some slight map rotations here. You can see Pyongyang heading up towards this top side, and even Doggo 2274 looks like they are heading up there. There might be another skirmish. They're looking, they know something's up. Shadow is very cautious. Nice to see 2274. This is the good, clear communication we were hoping to see out of these two teams. Realm Warp's coming in. They want to get as much as they can, but Shadow's pretty low. Cataclysm is going to stop them. Shadow caught out in the backside. Tacky. Magnet Storm is good. Equalize even better. Ares has picked up Shadow, and there's a flash out of Pyongyang trying to stay alive, and a great invade coming out of GAM.
Yeah, this unrelenting aggression out of Drakthar has continued to be very, very, well, beneficial, I suppose, for the side of GAM, as once again they find the pick onto Shadow. This time he loses his flash and gets taken out after Taki's able to find that flash, crash down Magnet Storm onto him. So a great find by the jungle and support there of GAM, and capitalized on well by Kaya's roam down, as we get a replay of what occurred. Blast Cone from Shadow, I mean, probably wishing he went closer towards the Baron, but I think even there Kaya was waiting for him, so kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
And Doggo as well, walking up and then just find, Taki's able to find him, just got caught out a little bit too much, and it's always just going to be a little bit disastrous. But again, this is just great reading from GAM. They are playing fast, they're playing loose. This is what we expect from this team, and it's nice to see that they've sort of kept that narrative about them and what they like to do, and they know it's successful for them. But it's up against the reigning champions of CFO, who are known for their mid to late game fights of turning any game and making sure they can come out ahead. So I'd like to see a bit more aggression from GAM too. It's just putting that nail in the coffin, you might even say, Vestian.
For sure. Artemis already, well, I mean, sorry, both AD carries finishing their quest, but Doggo slightly ahead when it comes to that gold, so going to be in a perfectly good position to carry this one out if he finds that uptime in these fights. And there you see a little bit of damage done to Taki. Only the 1.5 items for now, so it isn't hurting too badly. Zarya's quietly on this rise, 4-1, so the triple kill from Pyongyang all but undone. As Ares has continued to find himself avenues in these fights to pick up kills, to pick up gold. The Rift Herald now being started up. Could be another avenue in for a fight. Take a look at where everyone is on the map. Kaya not there, neither is Rest, but teleports are available. And Taki, you see him eagerly waiting for a fight. Hook does connect.
Good hook, Cataclysm on the backside too. They're trying to get a little bit more off as Taki is there. They do pick up Shadow once again. This chase not having the effect. The bullet time takes out Doggo, and they're not going to be able to find too much more. Yes, Reskai do TP up, but it was just too late, and they're going to lose the Rift Herald for their troubles.
Will be GAM picking up the Rift Herald. GAM picking up the team fight win, 2-0. Able to take down Shadow once again. That's his third death, and Doggo importantly going down, so some downtime on this Yunara is going to stop that scaling, going to stop him from getting to those items just that little bit more. And a great collapse coming through from the entire team. Taki just face-checking into that river bush. Not a fear in the world, gets that Q out, gets his aftershock, becomes a lot tankier, and is then able to continue through the fight, find himself a nice engage. It was 2274, pulling the trigger first of all. But unfortunately, Drakthar onto Shadow, no flash this time round. Taken out very, very cleanly. Flag and drag straight onto Doggo, and Ares does unfortunately waste his flash there. But nonetheless, sending the message, and message well received by CFO.
And we talked about, it's all about that river control, is having good vision. Yes, they lost a lot of it, but they said, we can still pull this trigger. I feel like Shadow's just been put a little bit too far behind. 1-3-0 right now. They've only got that Ghost Blade, so I'd like to see if they can get something more. It's all about what they can get back, but another dragon going over to GAM here. We are going to see what soul it is, And honestly, I'm pretty keen to see where
Ocean.
we've got Ocean. Not too bad. I like it.
Not that bad. It is better, I would say, for CFO, simply because they have a Cassante. But it is good for both teams, of course. A lot of health on the Rise, the Jarvan, and the Ral. I mean, no one's ever complaining about getting an Ocean, so let's be entirely honest here. It does give you just so much uptime on the Rift, so much tempo. Still, 2 more Dragons to get that. Rift Hero goes down in this middle lane. We'll get the crash on the second tower. First tower taken as well. That opens up the map a lot here for the side of GAM.
It's all about that early tempo. They love to get those leads. Opening up the map is just going to let this J4 roam even heavier. And yet we're still seeing Jace just up in this top side, just trying to get a couple things done. They're trying to make their right moves. I want Shadow to be present with the team. It feels like he's just getting caught out a little bit too much solo.
Yeah, really not finding the success on the Jace that he would have hoped to find. And unfortunately, I mean, Drakthar really taking it to Shadow this entire game and hasn't really had time to breathe on the Jace. Has kept up in farm relatively well, but unfortunately with those 3 deaths, it is a sizable advantage when it comes to gold for the jungler of GAM. And again, this is why this team was rated so highly. Drakthar coming in, he's no slouch, he's no Captain Levy, but he is a very, very strong player in his own right.
Now, more items coming on the board. Sunder Sky and the Shojin, like we're talking about for this jungler, Drakthar is definitely feeling really good with those 2 items. Bit of a bounty on them as well, but as well, Leandre is completed for this Rumble up in this top side. Kiaya is going to be feeling good, at least in the matchup against Cassante, so into rest. But still, got that Runic that's going to be helping just a little bit more, but I feel like you've got to be worried about this Rise coming up clutch. That Rod, that Seraphs, it's just going to get harder and harder. It's almost at the 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages.
Absolutely, and Doggo as well, he's finished his Fiend Hunter Bolt, so he is quite a bit stronger now on that Yunara whenever he does transcend, whereas it is just working towards that Infinity Edge currently for Artemis. Still a wee way away. We'll see how much he has when he does look for that recall. He is ahead in gold, just more expensive items unfortunately for him. Kaya has to be careful here. Rest, if he lands that Q3, could possibly look for an avenue in. All out comes in.
Yes, looking for a little bit more. It's a lot of damage, but not going to get that full burn. Is it going to be enough damage? As Rest is feeling really good. It's a lot of health. Shield is better. Here comes Doggo trying to join the fight. The flash is not enough, and Doggo locks it down. Peak range W.
What a massive find there for Doggo, brawling it out in the bottom lane. Kaya tries to dip and dive, but Rest hitting every single Natofu strikes means he's constantly slowed, constantly taking more damage. And with the flash away, even though he had Nimbus Cloak, couldn't clear the gap. And it was just taken down by that Yunara W. So a big find for Doggo, more gold for him, but a return, a response perhaps for GAM up on this top side.
Ooh, sending 4 up for a potential dive. They do take that tower bot, so it's going to be quite good. But yeah, they wanted. You could see they wanted to commit to that. They wanted, but the shove was just a little bit too clean. And let's look at that replay.
Yeah, Rest just comes in. I mean, overheated already for Kaya, so his ability to fight is well and truly neutered. And he's just trying to run away, trying to dodge, but clean on the Q there for Rest. Does get the W, a lot of damage, of course, as you charge that thing up. And this time round, he does manage to dodge Kiaya. It's a really nice dodge, but unfortunately, the slows afterwards are enough. Doggo comes flying in, 1 auto W, job's done.
Too good, and Doggo getting a little bit more kills on the board. 2-2 now. Building that Noon Quiver as well. Definitely moving towards some pretty good items, and it's like I said, the bagpipes are completed as well for 2274. So getting those steroids on the way is always quite handy to have as a Yunara when you hit that transcended mode.
Yeah, absolutely. The old Bandle pipes, got to try those out today. They do seem really OP. You just get to be a tank champion that has a pseudo, what is it called, Ardent effect. It's really nice. Of course, on the other side of things, Taki trying to be a little bit tankier instead. Get the extra burst of max HP into regen, as he does fall below 30% health. Courtesy, of course, of the Protoplasma harness. Well, some of these names are getting ridiculous, man. Some of these names are getting too hard.
They're hard.
I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah. Oh, mate, I'm just going to be calling them the fun names. Bagpipes, that's a good name for it right there. It looks like a bagpipe, acts like a bagpipe.
Belt.
The green belt.
The sick Giants belt.
Ooh. See, the Giants belt does, to me, it just doesn't even look like a Giants belt anymore, so I just call it a belt. but it doesn't even look like that. It's just a blur of image. Maybe I'm losing my eyesight. Who knows? We can worry about that later on. I'll get my eyes tested. But still, yes, you're right. Items, they're looking a bit... A Shadow has to burn that flash. TP is being used, but it did not get them caught out. Nice work from Shadow to avoid that fight.
Yeah, so the flash for ult trade typically will favor for the near future the team that did not utilize the ult if there were to be a fight that breaks out. And so for now, feeling okay about things are CFO. However, Ares all the while starting up on this Dragon. This will be the third of the game, putting them on soul point. On the other side of things, trying to respond. Rest gets himself that top tower, so objectives are going the way of CFO bit by bit. But Kiaya might be caught out.
Charge, equalizer, bullet time is good too. The nice flick back is going to get Kiaya taken out. Pyongyang is picking up that 4th kill of the game. Now Rest is hungry for a little bit more. Can they look at Taki? But looks like they can just reset. Equalizer off the board, 40 seconds. Rumble till he's back up.
Yeah, unfortunately, pretty hard for you to start the Baron. Of course, it does have that shredding effect that we saw on Ardakan now, as well as you just lost your Yunara and Nautilus ult, making a fight very difficult to navigate. So you get the pick onto Kiaya. That's all good and well, but unfortunately, you lose out on that Ocean Dragon, putting now GAM 1 Dragon away and a lot of control over the tempo as we head towards a possible Dragon Soul for them.
See, nice little depth charge. This was just like the layering, the beautiful layering of ultimates. Flick back, and it's just caught out. It's now, how can you maximize that into more champions? It felt like they used so much just for one. How can they do that to layer in a little bit more? Maybe pick up 2, 3. That is going to spell a Baron. It's going to spell a tower, and it could spell a little bit more tempo in the side of CFO.
Yeah, I mean,
but
more
also really
than that,
good. You see the gold is starting to flicker over. It is actually just 200 gold difference heading over to CFO after they were down about 2k.
Yeah, very even. Unfortunately, it's not. Like, it's even in terms of the gold, but the 3 dragons is a real pain point. And the fact that, you know, as soon as that dragon's coming near to spawning, GAM don't have to care about the dragons anymore. They have 3 to work with. They can go look to pressure the Baron. They can really pressure CFO across the map. Taki looking for a charge. Not going to be able to find it, but yeah, nonetheless, I mean, more importantly than finding the one kill to sort of circle back is you need to start finding some objectives, right? They got that top lane tower, but that was regardless of the kill. This mid lane tower being up is going to be really problematic when pairing with this dragon pressure.
I actually think I've noticed as well, with the crystals as being on every single tower, it does make it harder. Like the resistances keep scaling as the game goes on, so it does make it ever so much more, especially for champions that do need to come online. Yanara, one of those champions, 2, 3, 4 items, they really can start to pop off, but early, it's so much harder unless you get those big crystal explosions. So it's nice to see another tower going over to the side of GAM, taking down that bot side, but we need to see CFO putting in a little bit more pressure into these lanes and being a bit more proactive, because GAM is just running this game at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, the 2 Jace games we've seen so far have left a lot to be desired. Obviously, a very high priority champion and is very good, but just, I mean, has been controlled pretty well throughout the 2 games we have seen of it. Trying to control the vision now, CFO and 2274 there in that bush, but unfortunately, members of GAM around there, they're going to be able to staunch their way back into the river, take out some of those wards. It's 2.5 minutes until Dragon, so no real pressure of that right now. So name of the game is control around this Baron pit. Any mistake could lead to the Baron, and that does put yourself very far ahead in terms of the control of the game.
And just a bit of jungle pressure, just holding on to these river vision, being able to pick up that scuttle crab does mean you can potentially look, but with everyone up, all ultimates available, it's not something CFO should try and 50-50 flip here.
No, absolutely not. Still clearing out those minion waves. CFO need to find a way to at least threaten this mid lane tower. It's so hard to set up around this dragon with that available. Mid lane pressure will almost certainly go the way of GAM because of it. The vision control, walking into that bottom quadrant of the jungle, just that much scarier with the inability to really push up that minion wave and walk into the jungle of GAM. So as long as they're able to control that for the next minute and a half, which you'd imagine they can, they've got the champions to do it. 3 items now on the rise. Working towards 3 on the misfortune, but it is 3 as well. Here for Doggo. Now has a bit of armor shred, so going to be able to get through that Jarvan just that much quicker.
Yeah, nice little explosion there. But yeah, you're right. It is all about 1 minute's time. It's the flip. But now, the big question here is an option we haven't talked about. Does CFO maybe look to just take the Baron as well? Like, just flip and say, take the drag? Or do you just give the soul at this point? Like, it's a big question that they might be considering. We haven't yet seen any coach comms. But that's a good flag and drag. May have caught 227 out, but Death Charge is good. Is the damage going to be falling up? The Cataclysm's there. Bullet time as well. That's a TP. Now looking in, they've caught them out. Equalize is even better. But look, the flash is even nice. But still, they walk away. A lot of Summoner's Belt. A lot of ultimates used.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming back from both sides. Both teams probably happy to take a quick recall here. Still 30 seconds to get back out onto the map. Working on that mid lane pressure at the moment is Doggo, so that's going to buy them the ability to possibly walk in, look for wards. But unfortunately, 2274, with how low he did get, has to recall. Has to top up those wards, get those new and shiny 40 gold control wards in the back pocket. GAM, they're going to come back onto the map too. But pressure around this bottom jungle, this river, is a forward towards CFO. Jarvan, no ultimate for the time being. Only halfway through that cooldown. Not a lot burnt on the side of CFO.
That's the flash forward. Taki wants to send it, but it's going to be up. His Catapult's not going to be there. They're still trying to do it. Drakthar, he's gone. They do pick up Young. He's taken off. Look at 2274. It's gone. It's a double kill. Heading over, but now blue team, they take the dragon. They pick up another kill. That's 5 members strong, taking out 3. They can look at the Baron.
Only Shadow and Doggo will remain. Doggo, that entire time, found no uptime, no ability to work into that team fight to find that damage. And with Artemis, Ares hitting the entire time, it was a complete stomp. And they will get the Baron. They lose out on the Dragon. But again, GAM don't need to care about the Dragon. This Baron is the big prize for them. They're going to get it. And with everyone up and available now, they're going to have full autonomy on the map.
And that's the complete opposite of what I positioned that CFO should actually do. It's like, yeah, CFO, give them the drag. Maybe go take the Baron instead. Nah, GAM's controlling the narrative here. They said, nah, it's our Baron. We'll take this fight. Beautiful flash coming in, initializing this fight, and just gone. The absolute destructive power. Taking out Pyongyang just there. He just got shredded instantly. And then they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't go back in. Doggo's like, man, I gotta walk away. You're just dead, my friends.
Yeah, they do stop the stacking for now, but a more pressing issue, as these Baron minions are being worked on, that side lane being pushed up, you see there from Artemis. Has to be careful, can be collapsed upon with that Weaver's wall, but the team going up to assist. Top lane tower is not long for the world, down it goes. See how much they're able to continue pushing. Needing to wait for Ares to get their mid lane in, to have the 2 Baron minion waves pushing up, so there is a little bit more pressure on the map. With just the one pushing, very easy to deal with. Ares now is going to start approaching that tower. Pyongyang trying to take down this minion wave.
It's the slow march in here, Vestian. They can't just support as the bullet time's even better. He's just gone. The dive was phenomenal. Rest is like the only tank here now. The rest of the team's trying to hold on. Drakthar, yes, low, but a successful pick up in this top side is just disastrous for CFO.
Artemis able to get the full channel ult onto Pyongyang on that Talia, and made of absolute paper when it comes to the bullet time. 3 items on that Misfortune. 2274 pulling the trigger.
Yep, yeah, CFO just trying to hold on for the bullet time. The rain is nice. Rest is so low. Doggo is getting the damage off, but it's 4 members against 1. Can he get it there as they just have to back away? They've already taken mid in him.
Yeah, Ares able to take down the mid inhib while that fight happens in the top lane. No one else falling for CFO, but the inhibitor going down means constant super minions coming into that base. That will be happening in 2 minutes time when this dragon is spawning. Again, it is still soul point for GAM. They've got more than they need to make sure they can get into a good position for that next objective and pretty much cement the deal here in game 1.
It's a best of 3 series though, Vestian, so I'm curious to see if they're just going to close this one out now. Baron is still well up. They can just secure that vision, that early priority, and just see what's possible. CFO still not fully out of this series just yet. Equalizer's dropping early. 2274 is going to get out using that hook. Just as the smite comes down, Drakthar is going to be able to get a little bit more Cataclysm, but the Weaver's wall's good, and they do just burn summoners left, right, and center.
Can open up the opportunity now to look at this bot lane tower, though. A lot of aggression out of GAM. And this is something we didn't see yesterday. This is something we would like to see out of SHG, as they got far ahead. They got pretty much everything they needed, but they didn't put that foot on the throat. And GAM, man, they are unrelenting here. They are forcing as much as they can, and very well played by the side of CFO to navigate the situation. But things are going to be hard now as we head towards this dragon. Pyongyang does have his flashback up, and Fortunately for them, Drakthar did just lose his.
There's that 4.5k gold lead now for GAM. They're feeling pretty comfortable about where they're at. 55 seconds on the Dragon. This will be the next big fight. And it comes down to who can pull the trigger better. We're seeing Taki make some excellent engages and pulling them in, but we're also seeing this Cataclysm. We're seeing so much from Drakthar being able to follow up. And this is great communication that we're seeing. And that's what's leading to their success in these team fights. We're just not seeing it from CFO. But let's see if they can pull this around and start pulling the trigger themselves.
Yeah, GAM controlling that mid lane. So important to get those minions pushed. It gives you a lot of room to move around that river. And it's going to take a while for CFO to get through those super minions and make way into that dragon pit. And we'll see if they even choose to.
2-2-7-4, they've caught out Rest and just two tanks. Shadow's saying, I want to try and help, but the bullet time is absolutely shredding. There is no 2-2-7-4 in this game. Rest is trying to hold on. Doggo is trying to use the rune, but it's not going to be enough, and they're just going to have to concede. That's Soul heading over for GAM.
Inconsequential flag and drag miss, but what a fight out of GAM. They find the two-man Cataclysm and absolutely annihilate 2-2-7-4. Unfortunately, as soon as that aftershock goes down, the resistances aren't there, and he is just melted through. That's going to be the Ocean Soul now for GAM. The VCS representatives look to get their first game win here in the LCP, and not a long time until that possibly happens.
Well, that bullet time, there was no stopping. Even Rest taken well below half health, all out onto Gaia, just trying to hold on and survive that last little bit, but it just, the team wasn't there. They just didn't have that communication, and GAM's just absolutely taking the initiative and saying, all right, we'll see two of you, we'll pull that, let's go for it.
Absolutely. Damaged out. Gaia topping the board. A little bit fake, Leandri's against Cassante, but nonetheless, doing well for himself after a little bit of a hiccup in the bottom side of the map at one point. Still very, very strong now, and with that Ocean Soul, has just become a whole lot harder to deal with. Drakthar much the same. Guardian Angel now in that back pocket, so gets a second chance at life in these fights, whereas Shadow, full damage. He's in. If he dies, he is absolutely gone.
And the big question is how do you kill GAM at this point? Like, you have a GA on this J4, like, he's going to go in. He's fine to go in, because even if you do pick him up, he's just going to come back and keep doing more damage. At the same time, Ocean Soul's big. You've got a Bloodthirster on Artemis. Like, they are healing out the wazoo this series. So now Baron is just absolutely shredded, and it's gone. They don't even know that it's happening.
Yeah, don't even need their AD carry there. Just perfectly capable to do it with Arias and Kiaya. So down goes the Baron. That's another 3 minutes of a pretty difficult to deal with buff. Mid lane inhib will be spawning soon, but I imagine it won't be up for all that long. And honestly, the tank stats are there that they can possibly look for a dive. Having to be careful though, of course. Doggo has done well to remain in this game. He's still ahead of his lane opponent. 4 items, working towards a 5th on this Yunara. Getting very, very strong in his own right. But unfortunately, the rest of the team really struggling to provide him that room that he needs to actually deal the damage in these fights to the level the likes of Artemis and the likes of Arias has been able to do.
It's just the slow relenting. This Rise has been putting in the work. Level 18 to level 16 on Thalia. Just controlled, not dying. 5, 1, and 2. Been playing so well. That Rabadon's getting so much agency. They are basically full build, even with a pink ward, but that's an equalizer. It's done a lot of damage, and they can just walk through top. They are just that far ahead at this point. It is 7k gold lead. That's another inhib down. They're looking at mid. I think they're about to close this game out.
Yeah, 2 inhibs are going to fall. There's not that many minions, so maybe it's a little bit difficult for the time being. But still, marching in that top wave. There's another refreshed wave. The mid lane coming in and out as well. Final stand now for CFO here in their first game of 2026. GAM, they're pushing on in. Kiaya, no equalizer, so he can't put that down on anyone. But still, a lot of tools
does go in. 2-2-7-4 wants to start this fight. The flick is good, but that's the GA already popped. Yes, he's going to come back, but that is one big item down. Now they're going to hold on just again. Still, these super-powered minions are just blasting these towers. One more standing as they go for a little bit more. Rest is low. There's the Cataclysm in. They're looking for as much damage as they can get, but no, it's a shutdown going to Doggo. Can they hold on? The bullet time's even better and picks up 2-2-7-4. And now they're looking to walk it away, but still, it's a very healthy GAM. Can they hold out just any more? The tower's gone. Equalizer came back up. Look at Artemis. He's going forward. Shadow's going to be just taken out. It's too much. Gaia is there. And a game one was looking so good for GAM. They take it and they're moving forward again.
Game one being picked up by GAM in a very dominant fashion. There was some back and forth antics early on, but as soon as there was a slight gain in that macro play, they get that third dragon. Game looks so much more difficult from that point onwards. And now GAM, as they lead the series 1-0, are aiming to get this. Give CFO their second, it will be second loss in the LCP of all time. CFO, of course, down but not out. They've got a long way to go. There is still possibly 2 games left of the series. But man, oh man, what a statement from GAM.
And this is what we talked about. Slight roster changes can throw things for a loop, but GAM have come out. They said, our story has not changed. A couple picks here and there does not change the game plan. And they stuck to it so decisively. And big props. It was a lot of damage across the board, and you got to put it on that J4. It was just beautiful to see. Drakthar really putting in the work early and just putting so much pressure in. The invades were looking great. Yes, the damage wasn't there, but it was all about the pressure you gave to your laners, and they just ran away with it. Look at that 30k damage on Rumble. It didn't really feel like Rumble did all that much, but still, the damage is there.
Yeah, look, the Rumble damage is a little bit fake because you are just Leandrizing Cassante, but nonetheless, this game for me, MVP just has to be Drakthar. The entirety of this early game was just him completely dominating Shadow, and that, you have to say, is something that CFO is not used to. Last year, they almost never had a losing jungle, and so coming in, I mean, the game is just so much different when your jungler is not ahead, and Drakthar was really just putting the absolute pressure on Shadow the entirety of this game, and the rest of GAM were always there to follow up on it. Not always did it go well, just here Pyongyang finds a fantastic fight for himself, but look how cohesive this GAM lineup is. As soon as they have any avenue into fight, they are all pulling the trigger at the same time, and that is why we see such success. It's not that every fight of theirs is a great fight to take, it's that they're all committing to it.
Yes, and that comes down to the great communication they got. I think 2274, look, I gave him a lot of props, but I still think he had some honorable moments as well. But he was pulling the trigger too fast. The team wasn't ready. He was a little bit overzealous in his moves, and I think that cost him. But it felt like Shadow was sort of just potentially in the shadows a little bit too much. The team wasn't able to back him up when these invades came out, especially these skirmishes in the jungle, but still, Taki was making some moves and plays across the board too. And again, I'm still looking at Eris as well. This Rise, the Smurf was just absolutely doing wonders in regards to damage. The CCing, the lockdown, everything they were doing came up really good. And I'm excited to see Game 2 and what they can do. That damage,
That Rise flash, oh no, it didn't matter, but oh, I hate seeing flashes like that. Half the time we see them not use flash when they need to, and half the time they do that. But nonetheless, this was a dragon pickup from CFO, but Doggo was just completely unable to auto-attack this entire fight. It is so hard to walk up when you've got the threat of just getting snared by the Rise. There's the Rumble that is just railing through the health bars, and Artemis as well, as you'll see him here. Flashing forward into the fight, fearless on the Misfortune, has the Bloodthirster, has the Ocean Soul, and has everything he possibly could need to take that game, of course. Game number 1, all done and dusted. GAM lead the series 1-0. CFO are on the verge of having their second ever LCP loss. First of all, we're going to go to a break. We'll see if GAM can get it done, or can CFO strike back. We'll see you shortly.
Straight from the dirt, straight out the mud, catching a buzz now. This a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown. If you want a problem, come find me. Come find me. Come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. Don't chase what you can't handle. Type to dismantle. us in a way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real. I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy. Be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy.
One more. 1, 2, 3. 大家各自。 现在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
Stop till you're empty of both.
Welcome back, everybody. Blue side first pick here for game 2 for CFO as they do trail the series 0-1 in favor of GAM. Off the back of Drakthar and some hyper-aggressive Jarvan gameplay, Shadow was not able to keep up. Was very much a shadow of Drakthar, unfortunately, that game. We'll see how CFO are able to strike back because they've done it before and you'd be a fool to count them out.
It's a best of 3 series here, Bestian, so anything goes. It is fearless, so we're going to get rid of those big champion plays that we saw. J4, he's out of here. Maybe we get the Nocturne back in. I think it's going to be permabanned, but who knows? Me personally, I want to see that Malphite make it through because the gameplay is ridiculous. It hurts my soul, but it's always so fun to watch an unstoppable force destroy an AD carry in one shot. So let's see what happens as, yes, CFO blue side. What do you think that tells us?
No, I mean, they probably just have a blue side first pick as well. So they clearly have a champion they really want to pick up, or whatever it may be. A priority pick, if you will. But we'll see sort of how that develops at the moment. Just going through the ban phases. Things have remained the same as last game. Nothing changing just yet. We'll see if there are any developments with what has been taken away. Obviously, the Jace being removes one of those champs that quite often does receive bans.
But Orianna, Akali, Poppy, pretty stable. There's the Ezreal once again, making their way through. It's all those Essence Reaver 80 carries that can start to shine too. Siva
Okay. No Nocturne.
always comes to note.
Nocturne
No Nocturne, okay. Ooh, but the Malphite's gone, so I'm a little upset about that. But that's okay, because we've still got some other fantastic champions, about 170 plus of them.
And only 10 bans in my ranked games, huh? Anyway. Now, one last ban to come through. I mean, do you look at something like the Mundo, which is obviously very strong recently? The Ambessa is there, going to go for the Kiana, another one of those strong junglers that just have so much priority around the Rift and are very difficult to deal with. So taking that away from Shadow, and now it is going to be CFO, of course, on, well, getting that first pick, having their choice of champs. Now, Ambessa can be top, can be jungle. Rest is very good at it. I'm sure Shadow can pilot it perfectly well as well. We'll have to find out as this draft progresses where they want to place that champion. I think more recently it has become more of a jungler typically than a top laner, but still perfectly capable to play top.
Yeah, I'd like to see Rest, I guess, well known for his sort of like tankier champions. His K'Sante obviously didn't have the performance we were hoping to see in that last game, but obviously still very strong overall. But Ambessa being one of those hyper carry champions that can just take over a game if given the opportunity. Great clear into the back line to just get them destroyed with that public execution. But Wukong being picked up, a fantastic disruptor and an excellent jungler in the meta right now. But with a Corki paired, spells a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of early prio in that bot lane as well. We'll see what Doggo wants to respond with. Not many champions able to really stand up to that Corki. Sion locked in, so Rest is going to be on the Sion, and it will be the Ambessa in the jungle, which is kind of what was expected in the first place. Azir for Pyongyang, so a very strong champion still, and is going to be able to be picked up here with that Talia already removed, meaning finding a champion into it is a little bit more difficult. The Akali as well is gone, which we saw Dyer use to great effect up against Jimmy in our first series of yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting pick. I love the choice of Azir here. Late game is definitely strong, but Ahri locking in such great poke, great rotations. It's going to be this Ahri Wukong pairing that's going to have so much drama almost added to it. They will be walking around and they will be putting the hurt onto Shadow once again if this Ambessa doesn't get the lead that they need early on. So I love this Ahri lockup. Yeah,
just strong skirmishing comp coming through so far here on the side of GAM, and I mean it is a strong team fighting comp that we're seeing out of CFO, so finding those 2v2s, 3v3s will benefit GAM, but when we get to the team fights, having that bulky front line in the Sion, the Azir, able to stand and deliver from the back lines as long as he's safe from what most likely will be the Wukong Ahri. So a lot of play around for both teams, and it's going to take some quite good execution, imagining the game is somewhat even, and I think it should be. I think the game coming out early game should be pretty even here. There's nothing that screams massive advantage to me necessarily. Obviously 2 more picks to come through, but still.
But it's all supports being focused here. Rakan, Leona, Alistair as well. We'll see if that 4th one does decide to get taken off. It's surprising that it is still very much these engaged supports that we're seeing when even the meta right now tells us that enchanters are quite strong. But I guess in the team comp where you have everyone in the same comps, it's a different story. And Gwen being the final champion banned over for CFO. We'll have to see what these AD carries are going to turn into. We see one Corki, but what do you put up against it? The Gnar in the top into the Scion could work wonders.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, simplifying the game is typically what engaged supports are good at. Rek'Sai coming through for Kiaya up in that top lane into the Scion, so it was a good matchup for him. We'll see what we get in that last pick for support here for Taki. But as I was saying, the engaged supports to simplify the game, right? You need someone that can engage. Obviously, Wukong can, but something that follows up with it, well, an engaged support's going to do that perfectly well. Much the same here for the side of CFO as they go towards the Nico. So Nico Kai'Sa, it's a champion, or appearing, I should say, that we've seen a lot of in 2025, and it will carry on here. Taki, maybe with the Bard response. We've seen his Bard a few times, kind of hit or miss. Sometimes he's 10-0, sometimes he's 0-10. And unfortunately against Doggo last time, it was a 0-10. So really looking to make up for that performance possibly. Is Nami. Okay, so more pressure than Nami's going to offer in that lane, but a little bit more vulnerable. I mean, if you get hit by an Ambassador ult, you're probably dead on the Nami, whereas Bard can somewhat survive just by virtue of what he builds as items. Nonetheless, it is a lot more pressure in that bot lane. A lot of damage going to come out of that Corki with the Tidecaller's Blessing. And also the range there to be able to work around, to be able to trade with Kai'Sa effectively. So a lot of pressure on 2274 to alleviate that sort of controlling of the bot lane.
Yeah, but it's all about that strong engage too. If 227 gets a really good Pop Blossom to start off a fight, you just get an Emperor's Divide off the back of that. Kai'Sa's going to be there blasting out the damage, and Bessa. There's a lot of combos that can be played for the side of CFO where they can start a fight or disengage as well. So I am sort of favoring their team comp right now, though I'm not going to say the Corki's out of this race. It does punch out a lot of damage. Those rockets will get it done, but I feel like the Rek'Sai, yes, good into the Scion, might not get the agency they might be looking for in a bit of more of a front-to-back comp.
Absolutely. Fan signs that I unfortunately am not able to read. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. GAM,
what do you think it says?
CFO. Oh, I have no idea. I didn't even know what team it was about, but I imagine it was about CFO, being that it was in Mandarin. But who knows? Who knows? It could have even been about Ground Zero for all I know. Nonetheless,
could have been.
CFO here. Pangyon, honestly, with his, debut in the LCP, had a good game for himself on the Talia ultimately, but pressure around the map, very difficult. This time, game a little bit more in his hands on this Azir. Certainly more of a threat as this game goes further and further in with the damage that this champ can do. Ahri's, though, much the same on the Ahri. A lot of playmaking potential on that champion.
What would you say is probably like the go-to? What do these, either side, let's start with CFO, what do they really need to accomplish in the early game to get this game in their favor? Is they going to be looking more towards bot side? Are they looking more towards getting Stein ahead? Like, walk me through what you think the pros and cons are for these team comps.
I think ultimately you kind of need to play around the bot side. Top has a good matchup for the side of GAM, so you're not really wanting to put a lot of pressure around there. And you just need to simplify things. You've got a really good scaling composition. Kai'Sa's going to do a boatload of damage as this game progresses. Also plays really well against champions like the Rek'Sai, and much the same for the Azir. So really stabilizing the game early, not making it too volatile, which GAM tend to succeed
early
at doing.
barrier.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but it shouldn't result in too much. And GAM wisely backing off, being that they don't have the lethal tempo. But as I was saying, on the side of GAM, they want to wait for this Ahri to get 6 and make things volatile, and CFO really just don't need to do that. They just need to get to the stage, even footing, go to these team fights, and they do have a stronger team fighting composition as 2274 getting very aggressive.
Oh, I love it. Burning the flash out early is so nice, but double flash is no sums available for 2274, but still the same for Artemis as well. I'd rather have no sums on a support than on an AD carry, so...
No.
Oh no, devastation, Shadow.
Oh, that actually slows down his clear a substantial amount, because he not only does he miss that Q, but he also doesn't get the second usage of Q, which, it might be nitpicking or whatever, but it is really important when both junglers are headed the same side of the map to get that clear done quicker, because it gives you priority over that crab. And Bessa, while you don't want to make the game volatile, does like fighting early. She is quite strong. Not in the lane necessarily, but certainly in these jungle skirmishes with the bot lane priority in their favor.
Yeah, both. I do see both Wukong and Bessa quite heavily reliant mostly to say on their ultimates. I think the public execution and the Cyclone do really define their kits in a lot of skirmishes. But early on, I don't think that's why we're going to see too many hard invades, not like what we saw with J4 in that first game. So I think Wukong's just going to be saying, all right, let's just play for our objectives, let's play for our advantages, and see what's going to happen. But Shadow and 2274, looking up topside, there could be a skirmish. I could just be wrong. They could just be looking to fight right here, right now. And Shadow's a little bit worried. Drekthar is getting a lot of damage off. Double buffs on both sides. 2274 can't even get it. Shadow has to burn the flash to get out. Just too much damage from the monkey. But the contest is still here. 2274's walking up, but look at Artemis down bot side.
Pangyan's first in the fight here between the mid laners, but Drekthar's going to go on him.
Like now looking attacking too. Good damage coming out, but they're looking very low. To be very careful for the fade switch. No. Drekthar wants a bit more. 2274. Very low as well. One more just into the electrocute prop. It is beautiful. The charm is good, but Shadow's now picking up these kills. He's trying to get off a double kill. Is too much. Eris could want a little bit more. And Doggo actually picked up Artemis on the side too, so not too bad. 2 for 2.
What is going on, man? Skeletal Crab spawns and Calamity on the Rift. 2 for 2. Ara is picking himself up a double. Shadow and Doggo spreading it between each other. Not really a win for either team. It was admittedly the Scuttle Crab picked up for Shadow ultimately, but by God does that thing mind control junglers. At any stage there, we could have just gone to the top crab. It was available. Now, unfortunately for Drekthar, both will be picked up by the jungler of CFO.
Let's watch it back. That was it was a very long fight over a Scuttle Crab. A bit of a crab raid if you ask me. As you can see, 2274 trying to hold them back, but Drekthar getting the early flash. I feel it could them out, but 2274 trying to play some mind games, but I don't think they fell for that.
Yeah, I mean, Artemis completely zoned out by Doggo down on the bottom side, and they're still trying to walk up, which, I mean, you just can't get into this fight here as the Corki, and you don't need to. This fight's looking perfectly fine for your team, right? Doggo's nowhere near. He's still chasing Taki, and all the while, look at Aris. Gets the electrocute proc, which was just so lucky. And yeah, unfortunately, Artemis walks way too far up while he does up away. The flash is there for Doggo. The same cannot be said for Artemis, and he'll go down.
I'll throw the thumbs up for good measure, saying, do not come back to my lane. This is my territory. That's the true Doggo that I know. Artemis being picked up though. Nice to see the lead tier coming over for Artemis, just to get a bit more of that laning agency as well, get that stacking early. It's nice to see, but as well, lost chapter for Eris as well in this mid lane. Putting a lot of more sustain in this laning phase.
Absolutely. Come down here.
Raises the barrier once again. Doggo very happy with this one. They could get that final proc. One more auto attack will do it. Doggo controlling the mines. Attacking now. Trying to hold on, but not too much you can do. This Corki when they're running at you. Good CC. Drake well back in, but a really nice pick for Doggo there. 2-0-1.
Yeah, Doggo getting himself a good amount of gold here. Got a lot of control around this bottom side. Good Taki holding the minion wave. Artemis at least won't miss out on those minions, but very scary to be giving this Kaiser this much gold early on. 900 up from south. Ara is much the same in the mid lane, but still, I mean, typically, as the game progresses, it is a trade that will always favour the mid lane, as you see. I mean, this lethal tempo just means trading these long extended trades is not possible. The Corki Kaiser matchup is Corki wants to look for a quick little trade, phosphorus bomb auto attack, the Gatling gun active, job done, you're out of there. But unfortunately, Doggo able to continue hitting away at him, has that lethal tempo popped up, and there's absolutely no return coming through from Artemis. Farm Arms top lane, nothing to be concerned about.
I don't want to watch gameplay for the rest up there. Sion can be a little bit of a snooze fest, but that's okay. We'll see them a little bit later on when we get those nice charges. But again, Shadow losing out a little bit of their jungle, just so much pressure. Gonna have a little bit of worries for what he do, but now rest. Oh, execution just misses. It's not gonna be too much, but wow, great sidestep.
Yeah, I mean, even if it lands right, just has that ultimate available for himself. It would have forced out the ultimate, made the lane a little bit more pleasant for Pangyon, but unfortunately not able to connect on that one. Means that's just an ultimate missing for Shadow, and as you pointed out earlier, a key part of his kit. Artemis, what a flash!
Just the mind moves too much. Artemis surviving that fight out under tower. Doggo just fighting off a little bit too much before he could chew it. Really nice outplay.
And that's a big turnaround in a matchup that Doggo had full control of. Goes under the tower. No flash for him as he got that first kill using it, and by then Artemis has his back and available. And so closing that gold gap, he's actually up a sizable chunk of CS at the same time. Take a look, I mean, I imagine Doggo just with that health advantage really had the confidence to go and do it. Isolated Q, W comes out, but a flash to get away. Doggo to walk the opposite direction. Tower straight to the skull, gold straight to the pocket.
That's exactly what you wanted this Corky, who was ever so slightly behind, but now they're making those waves to catch back up, and that was a pun intended for a Nami in the game. But now, first Dragon is available. It is a Cloud, so we're not going to see that awesome soul that you and I both actually love. I never actually got to say Cloud is my favorite soul too, with Infernal very closely behind. Now good bubble comes down, but the Monkey's here. Cyclone's even better. Shadow is just gone again. Artemis is making these moves 2-2 now and feeling so much better in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, just to be blunt with it, sloppy play. Obviously losing out on that ult earlier, so did have it back in time. Could have either tried to dash away from the bubble or use the ult to not get hit by the CC. And unfortunately does neither of them. Gets caught by the bubble and has no way out to just take it out. There's another kill in the back pocket of this Corky. So caught up in terms of the kills and will work towards being even in that goal, which essentially is. And now Fares, the big talking point with that 1.1k gold advantage, and GAM storming ahead as they claim themselves that first Dragon too.
First Dragon Void Grubs are up and available, though, so you can see as well. Straight in, but let's watch that replay too. On the pink, we'll try to clear it out. And just a good bubble, spell disaster. Out of vision. Straight in, and form just collapsed instantly. Low half health, and it'll die for a second, so it's just nothing you can do at that point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's just, you need to commit your ultimate. If you're going to get hit, there's no way by the time you react that he's getting out. So I think unfortunately you pop the ultimate, you know, sure you cooldown back, I mean, you put it back onto cooldown, but at least you don't get taken out. And by going down, lose more time on the map. He has half a sizable chunk of gold at least, so rather CS, which has put him ahead in gold. So not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination, but the issue isn't that. The issue is just giving the gold over to the enemy team carries.
Corky's very well on their base, that Triforce. That is the big power spike. We might see 2, potentially 3. Rek'Sai might not want to build it, but it would be fun if they did. The Triforce good, but there's the beautiful dash go in, and sorry, 2274, you're gone.
That is a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. And unfortunately, this is something we've seen quite a lot over the past couple of splits of the last year, as a new player comes into the big leagues, and sometimes just not in the right place on the map, and you are just caught out. And that is a big issue we saw time and time again. Even Hongq at the start of 2025 found himself getting caught out a little bit too often. And here it's 2274 following in the footsteps, and unfortunately giving over more gold to this Ahri. Dark Seal luckily was not picked up yet, so he's not benefiting that direct AP just now, but working towards it.
But a Malignance online at 11 minutes, even before that 10-minute Malignance is pretty massive, especially for an Ahri. These skirmishes, we talked about this mid-jungle synergy and how they love to move around the map. We haven't even seen that. We've just seen mid-synergy, and this Ahri's just cooking with it.
Absolutely. Working towards Triforce, Artemis, Doggo already with that Kraken. Still slightly ahead, 300 gold. Same can be said for Shadow. Kaya now, this lane gets a lot easier at that one item. Just starts hurting that a little bit more. Heals become pretty impossible to deal with. Great little dodge.
Shadow just in the wings, just out of vision too. Wanting to make a play, but is spotting out that movement. They're really coming.
Minute and a half until Dragon, or just over. See if CFO are looking to fight it. Ares really in the driver's seat for this one. They don't have the greatest engage of all time. Of course, Wukong, reasonable at engaging, but still not
Flash has
of
been
their
used.
round. Oh,
Public
what a
execution
side
just
step.
off to the side once again, but there's the Void Rush too. They might have the damage as Doggo is here to clean it up. 3v1, not much you can do about that.
Yeah, we'll be taken out. Artemis getting some free time down the bottom side though, but it is a kill again going towards Doggo. Kaya played that about as well as he could ever dream of. Able to dodge out of so much, just dodging the Ambassador ult. Ults out of the CC from Sion. Well, if Doggo coming up, cleanup crew arrives, and unfortunately for Kaya, he is taken out. So it's a bit of time down on the map, some plates picked up from Doggo, some gold from the kill as well. Feeling really good on this Kai'Sa. All right, all right, guys, we're not killing him. All right.
There's a little bit of tickling for this Sion. He's like, look, I'll burn the flash. It's not the worst thing.
Yeah. The flash not necessarily the most important summoner on the Sion. Tanks can quite often get away without it.
A little bit of a stall as they are trying to get those nice rotations back in. We can see Taki heading up this top side. Tidal Wave is available because they could look for something. There is no Void Rushes. There it is. They're sending it forward. Doggo could be nipped just off to the side. Pop Blossom's even better, trying to keep him alive, but Doggo has to Killer Instinct out. Trying to walk away, but Taki's still here. Bubble so close to hitting. Pixel perfect. The flash stuns. Here comes Shadow. Doggo picking up another kill. Gaiaya is so close to death. What a great turn by CFO.
Yeah, with it, Tao's going to fall. Another kill picked up. 4-1 now on this Kai'Sa. Storming ahead is Doggo, getting exactly what he wants throughout the entirety of this early game. Is the gold lead for his team. It's becoming quickly. How much can Doggo do versus how much can Ares do? But all the while, GAM, they're going to get themselves their second dragon. There was the pressure point of last game that broke it open for GAM, and they're looking to make that same option for themselves here.
Second drag picked. We're going to find out what that soul is, but let's check out that replay, because this was a very nice fight. Since the charge gets the flash out, Kaya says that's okay. Shadow, beautiful sidestep to public execution, but they've committed so much. Kaya has to hold on and just could not survive. Nice pick up by Doggo.
Hold up,
but
picture in picture. Artemis
yeah,
just
this
got a
big
kill.
fight. They're going for something. They're looking at that mid. There was a takedown. They did pick up the Ambessa. They're looking at this fight, little knock up, Pop Blossom, but still, this follow-up fight from Doggo too. Look how much health, no mana. The sidestep just enough to avoid that bubble is going to be hard.
Yeah, 2274 cements it. The flash E gets that root onto Taki. Very squishy again on that Nami. It's taken out, no problem whatsoever. Triforce now finished for Artemis. Got himself a kill in the picture-in-picture. Not sure exactly what happened to cause the fight, but nonetheless, going to be very happy with himself getting that gold. It is still GAM ahead, but it's Doggo that is very, very threatening on this Kai'Sa. So a pretty even game, all things considered. Dragons being the main talking point. Artemis
But
still just
Kai'Sa is one of
clearing
those
away waves.
champion big item spikes coming inbound, getting that much closer to the Ginsu's Rage Blade. It's going to be able to shred through so well. But my big question for you, though, Veshian, right now is, what do you do against this Sion in the state of this game? Like, what is your hope? Yes, you can take his power scale, but it is just going to get harder and harder to kill this Sion. Let's say, hypothetically, we get to level 20. What could they do?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is Rek'Sai is always going to do well into the Sion, right? You have the true damage on E, you've got infinite sustain, so we'll take a look at the replay. I mean, just a simple charm. There's 2 kills, actually, as 2274 gets taken out, and yeah, clean as can be. Doesn't matter if the Shadow uses the ultimate, he's going to go down. Ares, yeah, gets himself 2, actually. It was Ares picking up all that fortune. Come back to life, CFO taking the mirror steal, but yeah, I mean, the Rek'Sai will contain this Sion really well. When you come to the team fights, there's not much you can do. There's no one really doing all that much damage, as we're seeing multi now.
Does hit the globe. Pop Blossom's not even going to land. Artemis can sidestep everything he can do no wrong, as now they're just taking out Ras. Double kill for Artemis, who's very happy with that, but they lose the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and Shadow really struggling on these public executions currently. I think the only one he hit was the one when he was running away. And it's a really key part of the composition here for CFO. It is their, wow, primary alongside the Nico form of engage, but on this occasion, the Nico just gets completely one-shot. And so all you have left is this Ambessa when you miss that ult, there's no real avenue in anymore, and it's Taki who starts it off once again. Fantastic bubble.
Almost too much. Artemis has no mana at this point, but that is a Corki with a Triforce. Takes out the Nico. The Divine Emperor is too much.
Yeah, straight into the thick of things. That's a passionate teleport if ever I've seen it. Shadow.
Now look for a little bit of fight. It's close. Yeah, starting to get some damage off. It's a Eclipse and a Shojin. He is really going to be with see a little bit more strides, and maybe it's just the early game that Shadow's been really struggling with, and might see a little bit more in this mid to late game.
Absolutely. Possibly still warming up to the lights of the LCP. Shadow. The big leagues now, out of the LPL, into the big leagues. Oh.
Okay. Whoa! That was the fastest gameplay I've ever seen.
Yeah. Back to the action. And what do we look at? The wet noodle fight top. Looking towards the Spirit Shojin here for Kaya on the other side of things. Looking like it'll be the Unending Despair. Unending Despair, copied a nerf. No longer gives you that magic resist that it once did. Just straight armor now. Armor and health. So definitely is making the tanks a little weaker in that regard, right? You don't get that really nice pairing. Just go simply your first tank item for the lane and then straight into Unending, straight into Jack Show and getting all the stats you'd want. A little bit harder now to get either the armor or the magic resist depending on what you want before the Jack Show.
And here's the replay again, the one that was sped up, but now we've got it in real time. Ill Instinct off to the side, 2274. Copping charms to the face. Like, maybe it's just me. I don't mind a charm to the face, but that just looked pretty rough. And Rush is good, but now Rest is able to pick that kill up quite comfortably.
It's opened up a lot of pressure in the mid lane though, so we'll see what GAM can trade for it. 2274 once again. He's going to pop that Pop Blossom, but he's just going to go down.
Yes. He's just dead every single time. Cyclone wasn't even used. That Doggo has to flash, double flash Cyclone again. Draktha is controlling the state of this game beautifully. 6 kills to 12. 2.4k gold lead, and Rest is only now joining this fight, trying to hold on. And it's just a bit disastrous for this bot side. But up, Yo-Yo, pretty happy up top side, taking a tier 2.
Yep, good amount of gold back for this Azir. Will be matched by Ares. So a bit of a trade, all things considered, with I think overall GAM winning out once again as they are now hitting on this dragon. Would be the third of the game once again, putting them on that soul point. They are very consistent so far in the series at getting these dragons, getting the priority in that bot lane to afford themselves that opportunity. And once again now, 5 minutes time, the timer is on. What can CFO do to ensure that doesn't go down?
See this nice little replay up top. It's a lot of damage. Gets a good knockup. Yeah, and we saw the rest of this. This was pretty good. Nice to see Shadow making some moves across the map, taking that Void Rush, but still, no effect. This was the play. 2274, they're like, oh, it's a Kai'Sa. It's like, oh, wait, nah, it's just 2274 again. We'll go for it. That's fine. There they go.
Fortunately, pretty simple stuff. Doggo pays the price as well. Walks way too far up, realistically. As soon as 2274's in that predicament, there's no saving him. That's important. Keep in mind, it is Doggo that has a lot of weight on his shoulder this game with how much gold he's received early on. To be able to carry this one across the line, but unfortunately for him, I mean, look at Artemis. He's already caught up and more. A hidden gold, 3 items now on the Corki.
It's a big lead in this mid lane too. 1.5k for Ares on this Ahri is just nothing to avoid. That's a Lichbane picked up. So these auto attacks paired in with the Malignants is just gonna suck. So I have to see what they can really do into it because the damage output is going to be so big. Thing as well, has to punch out, but no, tidal wave used. That is a big ultimate, a big play maker.
Yeah, Nami losing out on the ult means making a play in the near future is a little bit more difficult, and honestly it also makes making a play for CFO easier, right? It's a great disengage tool that they have at their disposal, now gone awry. So a possible opportunity of power for CFO. They really do need to make sure Doggo gets that uptime though, because he is so much of that damage.
I think something we haven't talked about is, yes, this Ahri is looking really good, but as the game progresses, yes, it's just a Nash's Tooth, but don't go on this Azir. One good play from an Azir with 2-3 items can turn any game, it's been done before. It's a solo queue special. It shouldn't be any different in the LCP. So I'd like to see something come out. They're trying to put a lot of focus into it, but I think it's so hard when you're up against an Ari that is this fed. But still, late game is always a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Scaling certainly there for CFO. They're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. It's just GAM in such a commanding position, right? You would want to scale, but you're on a 2-minute timer until that Dragon Soul spawned, and that really is the limitation of being able to scale. You have to take that fight. You have to get as many items as possible before that comes up. And that's if GAM even decide to fight. They could just, again, similar to the last game, choose to go for the Baron. It's a perfectly good trade for them. It's a situation, and why it's so powerful is getting Baron and giving over Soul is a good trade for the team that gets Soul. Whereas giving over first Dragon and you get Baron is an incredible trade. So it's just a difficult situation to navigate. And similarly to last game, there's a missing mid tower here on the side of CFO's map and not for the side of GAM.
And it just makes it all that much harder. Getting those early rotations, the team starting to just clump up a little bit more. I think it comes down to how well you can execute these team fights. Rest trying to make some things work. 2 items on the board. Unending Despair, Sunfire as well. But, oh, they might have found Drekthar. Use the clone just to get out.
Oh, gets the flash.
Good flash. But Public Execution burned. Another ultimate that is going to be a big change. And Tidal Wave is back up to this next fight. So that is their surefire onto the back line.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think Public Execution will be, but it might just be. You really need to have that Ambassador ult before this Dragon. Yeah. I think it might very nearly be, but you got to hope it is, because otherwise this fight for that Soul just became a whole lot harder. Again, it's another situation. You've lost your Flash. Sure, they've lost their ultimate. The combat power of the ultimate worth a lot more than Flash for most champions. There are exceptions, but unfortunately, Nami not needing her Flash necessarily to do what she wants to do.
Interesting development though, Vestia, while there's a slight lull waiting for this Dragon to come up. What do you think of Kai's latest item pickup, the Dawn?
Yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? You're going to be able to hold up, rest.
Looking at Rest, he's taking a half health, has to charge out. Not ideal, and Shadow is, again, wrong side of the jungle. Void Seeker does land to get a bit of vision. You've got to be so careful. It's starting to group up Dragon. Now just spawning. This is where it all turns. The TP is coming in, but it is the wrong side. Naya on the flank too. Got to be careful. They're trying to mince down this Dragon. It's a 2k health. Pop Blossom's good. They secure it, but it's going to be enough as there's every survivor. It's going to be enough damage. Artemis picks up 2274. Again, just too much. Artemis is loving the double kill. Can they make it a triple? Eris as well coming in clutch. Just using that Spirit Rush. Shadow cannot escape. Charm's going wide, but no, it's a double kill. It's a double kill. And Gamma all over this game. It looks like it could be a 2-0 as they're looking towards the Baron once again.
And they get the Dragon, but they do not get the fight. GAM, very similarly to Game 1. They give over the 4th Dragon, they get the Baron, they get the fight win, and this is almost a 1-to-1 match of what happened in our last one. From here, expect GAM to have a lot of pressure around the map and make this game near on impossible for CFO to close out. A 4-for-1 in the fight.
Absolute disaster, but let's watch it back because it just felt so clinical too. This fight, yes, Spiderweb's good, Pop Blossom was not enough, and the damage is just not there. Drekthar is so low, but look, they just get out and they can clean up. Artemis as well, throwing out these rockets, and it's just doing so much. And the Eris on the boot, throwing out anything they can. The Spirit Rush, the mobility, just disaster.
Really well played there by both Drekthar as well as Arias to be able to dip and dive as well as they did. I mean, Drekthar 1 HP almost, gets that second Cyclone off the clone to get himself out and survives. Able to be there for that eventual Baron, now has the GA. Man, oh man, this game is almost exactly how the last one went with different champions. I actually cannot believe it. Taking down that bot lane, out in a turret now is Kiaya as Rest comes to respond to that wave. You see peppering up that wave in the top lane. Ari's doing much the same on that middle wave as well, and trying to break open that base. GAM in a very commanding position, and we're on the absolute precipice of CFO finally being taken down for a second time, and who better to do it than another VCS team? It was Team Secret Wales before him, and maybe, just maybe, it is in fact GAM time now.
It's the GAM to do it, if you ask me, and this is just absolute cinema gameplay. They have come in and they have just said, we will take every fight, we will force this. This is how we win. I even mentioned it in the first game. This team loves to thrive in, if we just get early control, early pressure, we can snowball so hard. Put the flash over the wall, Pop Blossom only hits one. Public execution finally hits. There's the killer instinct as well, but it's not going to be enough. They're just too far ahead. A double kill for Drekthar. He has the GA. He's going to be able to come back up online. Yes, they get the knockup. Yes, they can do some more damage. The shutdown does go over Pierre Young, but it is a 2-2 trade, and they lose bot in him.
How does Artemis survive that? Absolutely everything onto him. 2274 comes from the flank, flash over the wall, knock up straight onto Artemis, public executions there, all the boys roll in, and he manages to survive. Drekthar goes down, loses GA, it's important, but look how much GAM just gained off the back of it. Artemis now finally might go down, but it's 2274 that claims the shutdown.
1, 8, and 5 is not who you want to put that kill onto. It's a lot of gold, just sadly in the wrong hands. If we got onto Pyongyang on this Azir, it might be a different story, but the game's not over yet. Yes, 2 inhibs are gone. Yes, your base is completely open, but CFO have done this before. We'll have to see, but this replay, fantastic.
Yeah, Doggo gets in there with that killer instinct, knocked up immediately by the Cyclone and taken out, and able to put up the sandcastle. So Drekthar alongside Rest with that decimating smash, has nowhere left to go and does get taken out. It's a good shutdown picked up, and Pyongyang finally getting himself into that game a little bit. Unfortunately, there's still GAM in full control over the map, taking down that bot lane inhib, taking down the mid lane inhib, and top lane inhib in absolute shatters. It's going to be this dragon, the soul once again.
Yeah. That's the big moneymaker right there. Ultimates seem all online. Coach comms are coming in for CFO. They clearly need something to be talking about in preparation as the charge goes down. Not sure what you're really aiming for there. The flash over the wall. They're looking at Taki. The tidal wave seems to be the concern. Is okay, they're going 2 into 4. And they are not able to lock anyone down. Flank from Eris as well is there. Dragon now spawned. Rest of the team is looking for it. Let's see if they can put it out. Rest very tanky at this point. No ultimates available for the jungle at the top. Eris is there, but there's the Cyclone. Empress defied the Pop Blossom coming in to disrupt the fight. But can they get a little bit more? Drekthar is very low. They look at it, Kaya. They do pick it up. Doggo. Kill instinct forward. Artemis is at half health, but they are on the retreat. This could be the Dragon. The steal is available. Drekthar is in the wings. Trying to get anything more. The flash comes out from Pyongyang, but still. Dragon, 2k health. Drektar's in the base. Nori gets picked up. They lose the Dragon. They might be taking out this fight. It's been claimed, and now they're looking. They look it down. The Void Seeker hits. Taki's on the run, but it's a mermaid that cannot hold on for much longer. And a really big turn as they have their base being destroyed by super minions. They secure the next.
At uptime, pulls the trigger going forward. It looked horrendous. Rest went completely wide on everything, but it afforded them control over the river, and it meant that GAM had to fight their way back in, and fight their way back in they could not, as CFO mounted a fantastic defense. The damage is there now. Azir scaled, and Kai'Sa is absolutely mowing down these health bars.
And you gotta watch, Eris as well off there, the Cyclone engaged, but straight back out. 2274 was trying to read this so well. And even then, Rest is just chunking it out. 2274 just dies on the back end to the Ignite. And out, and just holding on. It was honestly looking so good, CFO here, and then they started to turn it back around, and then they flipped the script. Once again, Drekthar overstepping right here into that. Picked up, it secured the Dragon, secured the fight.
How did he hit that? Rest with a fantastic Scion ult to manage to land there. But yeah, what a fight. I mean, at the start of it, I didn't notice it in the moment, but 2274, Fat Fingers is Zonya's and is just golden outside the fight. And to be able to come in at the right time still and provide the room is very impressive from him indeed. But now, a very even affair we have. We're 33 minutes in, the Baron's up, it's still soul point for GAM. But Baron, really the prize now. Either of these teams picking it up could possibly be an avenue into ending the game. You see the base of CFO is in a rough state of affairs as Rest has gone forward.
The charge, Tacky's just gone. Dog is picking up public execution up onto the back. GA is back up online, but they've already secured it. They're looking inside the base as well, but no, Drekthar is not going to survive this one. Shadow picking up another kill in this game, and now they want this Baron. But can they hold on? Void Rush is used in the base. Young is trying to hold on. Kaya is just going to be looking at this tower. They could be looking at it. It's the back door. The Baron's not even going to be secured. They want to finish this game right here, right now. And big game through the back door against CFO.
GAM have done it! The second time in the history of LCP, CFO have been taken down, and it's GAM who do it. Taki coming in, Drekthar coming in, it's all they needed. GAM now charging to 2026, 1-0 in the series, and what a showing it was. Disastrous fight, but Kiaya, the new captain, finds a way.
And an absolutely phenomenal series. I thought CFO had it, and I'm so glad to be proven wrong. GAM came out of the gate with aggression. They were fierce, they were determined, they had a game plan, they stuck to it for both games, and that back door was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, man, what a game. Unreal performances from both teams. For CFO to be that far behind and find their way back in to win fight after fight after fight, and GAM to be like, damn it, we don't need a fight. I'm just going to stroll into this base and get it done myself. Kiaya and Ares, the wherewithal to realize what's going on and just charge down that mid lane. Ignore what's happening in the river. Ignore the Baron. What a call. What a player. Drekthar in his first ever series here showed up in a big way when it counted most. And GAM now, I think, have impressed everyone.
Oh man, and they are just aura farming right here, right now, getting them up on screen after a phenomenal series. They are feeling good. And you know what? Fantastic to see the CFO sent to the cleaners a little bit. They have been shown that they held the title, but there are whole new contenders ready to take that throne. That's what the LCP has shown time and time again. They are here to win, and that's the competition we've needed to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we've got this graphic a little wrong. If you look underneath that timer, it says it's got an extra E for some reason at the end of GAM. But nonetheless, it's a 2-0. is the crazy thing about what's just happened. It wasn't a 2-1. It wasn't, oh, well, we went the full distance. No, GAM just got it done in 2. And it was reasonably dominant, right? Game 2, of course, there were very, very strong signs of life out of CFO. But ultimately, the game, for the most part, was well and truly controlled by GAM. And we'll see it here on some of these replays. As, I guess this is going to be the MVP replay. I don't know who gets it, man. Drekthar, Ares, it's got to be one of the two.
I would have put it on Drekthar, honestly. Like, they had such a good performance. They came in, great control. Like, they just took Shadow out of this game. And even in these fights, they're trying to get it done. Shadow's now flashing over walls to survive. Yeah, Ares is just doing a good job, but I have to give it over to Drekthar. And, absolutely cinema. I had to call it. But look at that score line as well. They just had so much tempo, and they really were probably the player that set the space of the game to say, this is how we get it done, and gave the team around them every tool that they needed to make it successful.
Yeah, not much more could Drekthar do for his squad in this game, and we're going to see a lot of him in these replays. I mean, it starts off very, very messy. This classic Scuttle Crab mind control, as we've seen now a couple of times already this early on into the year. But it is GAM. I mean, honestly, this was just even with Shadow slightly winning out because he got the crab. But nonetheless, I mean, Drekthar got to pull the trigger here very shortly. And Ares gets a massive chunk of gold for it. Oh. Hello.
Yeah, it's just And everything's just sort of going sideways. Just these crab raves, I'm going to start calling it. When everyone's coming for a crab fight, it's going to be a crab rave at the same time. Because this was just fights across the flash over. Doggo's like, guys, we can do this. He sort of threw his lead a little bit on this exact play that I was hoping to see, where he's diving. Great push out the flash. You hate to see it. But still, beautiful skill. Tidal wave as well. These fights were looking so good. You can see in these fights, it feels so disjunction. Like everyone's sort of spread out, but the whole time, band is together. That whole team was like, we're good, guys. We're sticking it through. Like even here, you can see they're sitting up to the top slide. Pop Blossom, they're trying to separate them too much, but they're locking down their target.
Yeah. And Drakthar, oh my lord. The fact he got out is just incredible to me. He was 1 HP. Anything hitting him, he would have gone down. Kaya finding great avenues in the fight. Unfortunately, the fights he was a part of outside of this one went relatively poorly. But I don't think that's because of him. I think that's because that meant Rest was also there.
That's probably one of the best ranged public executions we've seen. It just ended with a double kill, unfortunately. But now, Shadow's still holding on. A little bit more for these towers as well. Like, even putting up the stand tower, it's not going to get as much. This last fight was the peak of the series, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, with GAM taking this win, a lot of people's predictions on relative, level of teams might go into question. Of course, very, very early days, and you can't say that CFO are, worse than they were last year. They did lose one game over last year, so maybe this is that one for this year. But unfortunately for them, it comes at the very, very beginning. And it comes in a very decisive way as well. Drakthar not able to get that smite. I don't know how Rest hits this, man. That is the craziest angle of a Scion ult I've ever seen. Kaya here, I mean, really aggressive, but realizes the play, right? You just need to try and take Pyongyang away from these two minions. You need those minions to come in so you can get this tower, and it buys the time. Artemis, he flashes away so he's not getting low enough, and that flash actually allows him to get this Nexus, because look at his health bar. Pyongyang gets one more auto attack onto that Corki, he goes down, and that might not be game over, and that might be CFO taking us to a third. But I mean, done and dusted first series. Up next, DFM, new roster. A big hit to them. Two big hits. Momo unfortunately falling ill, so it will be Ray Farki playing. I'm not sure which one is going to be their starting top lane and which one is their sub between the two. But then of course, SHG acquiring Arya means that big heavy hitter that they had for the entirety of last year has now gone and is playing for the enemy in SHG.
Yeah, like there's a lot of good names in here too, and I've got high hopes for this team. I'd really like to see them get something done, but they're coming in a little bit fresh. Honestly, it's too soon to tell what they can really bring to the table. I'd be honestly just keen to see Game 1 kick off right here, right now, so we can just get in and see what they're going to bring to this table and what they're going to bring to the LCP.
Yeah, of course. I mean, one thing that's interesting to me, obviously, we saw Citrus only in Split 3 of last year, and he was very fond of the Nocturne, the Talon, the Kiana, the Zed. He really liked his assassin junglers, and I hope he continues to do so because he looked really, really impressive on them. Looking up against him, though, mostly unchanged roster outside of Elio coming in. It's Kratos, Guri, Cardi, and Shogun for the Vikings, for MVK Esports. And, I mean, a scary roster, absolutely, but a very, very up and down, at least if last year's anything to go off, where they have some incredible highs, but they also have some incredible lows. Obviously, they did the best last year in Split 1 when things were a little less certain, when they were able to play in that Calamity, but more importantly, when there were the lane swap opportunities and they were utilizing a mid lane lane swap with some powerful long-range AD carries like the Caitlyn. That's gone now. Can't do that any longer.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be interesting to see how they've adapted now. They've had a year, essentially, to work out the kinks. Since the end of Split 3, they've had a few months. So I'm expecting an improvement. But how much and where are they going to sit on this tier list is going to be very hard to tell and hard to know until we see the games.
That's 100%, but I do favor teams that do stick together and be able to train over the year and have a bit more time to build those bonds and build those relationships. That's super important. Like, that does make it sure that this team does have a bit more synergy. When you start putting teams together and throwing a new member every split, it does throw a spanner in the works and you sort of reset the team. But keeping a roster like this, maybe one change here and there does help. But I think they do have some high hopes. It's something that I actually backed the Vikings pretty heavily last split as well. So I'm excited to see what they can do, especially up against DFM.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where's the level of DFM. Keen coming in instead of Arya. Is it an upgrade? Is it a side grade? It's going to be hard to upgrade from Arya. I'm going to be completely honest. That guy was an incredible mid laner, still is obviously an incredible mid laner. And on the other side of things, going up against Cardi, who, I mean, he has his moments. He's very, very strong. So it's going to absolutely test the relative skill level of Keen here in the mid lane for DFM. But a very exciting series we have up in store for us. I mean, on the back of that CFO versus GAM series, it's going to be very hard to top. But first of all, Pike, we and you need a quick break. Get those throats, lubricated so we can do another series, and we'll see how exciting it is, but after a break.
Side by side, we'll be as one, 'cause we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one, we are one, we are one, we are one and we are moving in unity. We are one, we are one, we are one, we are one, we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving. Don't you fear those words they say? We stand together, come what may. Join us now and we will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
One more. 1, 2, 3. Very good too.
现在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
Till you're empty of
Welcome back, everybody. Series number 2 about to get underway, of course. DFM going up against the Vikings. It is going to be the first time we see either of these two squads here in 2026. And honestly, some changes to DFM and not many changes to the Vikings, but we already saw Taki have a big impact for GAM, and can Alio do much the same here for them? And I mean, a lot to find out.
Look, I'm pretty keen for this. We're going to get these walkouts in just a second, but it's a basic character of, is it the new team going to do really well, or is an old guard going to keep that consistency running through the games? So we're going to have to wait and see. There's really not much we could talk about, but as our top lane is coming out, they are looking fierce.
Absolutely. Ray Farkey up against Kratos. Very much the god of war. This guy will take any fight he is able to look for, and has quite often succeeded at them. Unfortunately, not quite needing himself a high placement in the playoffs, but this could be the year of the Vikings. Guri and Citrus, some exciting junglers, absolutely, for both sides of the rift.
I'd like to see some more unique picks coming out, like especially with a new team, they might have a bit of a fresh perspective on the meta too. Yes, there's, like we said, strong champions, but there's Caddy coming out too, looking very good. I've watched this guy most of his games, and there is a lot to break down with this player. He has great knowledge on how to take these fights, and I'm keen to see him really step up and help lead the charge a little bit with Kratos. And we'll have to see Shogun, Cocoon really looking to come out onto this Spears. Fist bumping away. Look, I'm expecting some big things from both these bot laners, if I might say.
Shogun's shirt said Sealong. Nonetheless, it is in fact Shogun. Gang and Alio. Gang, of course, I guess a trade of sorts. He was on SHG, now he's on DFM. And Arya doing the opposite. Coming in here for the side of DFM, of course, down in that bottom lane. Some highlights from Gang over his time in 2025, and hopefully he can continue some of those. Of course, DFM at the very end of that split 3 were finally able to overcome their demons, take down SHG. Of course, consistently took down the Chiefs and got themselves actually up to the 6th place. So weren't able to do it split 1, split 2, but really grew into a rhythm to be able to climb, to be able to improve, and hopefully they've continued that as an organization here coming into 2026.
Yeah, and I'm pretty keen to see how they're going to do that. It's more a case of what sort of presence do they want to get, where they're going to sit in the ladder, and ultimately, what's really the goal? Obviously, everyone wants to try and make it into that upper bracket, into the finals, and really make their way towards first stand, but we got Citrus, Erkeen, mid and jungle duo. That's a famous one if ever I've seen it, looking to battle it out in this 2v2. Could have some interesting combos there. Anything you'd like to see again? Honestly, that Rengar Ivern kind of popped. I want to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, it popped, but in a bad way, unfortunately. But yes, I would like to see it again. Yeah. I think it's really fun to watch, but we'll see. We'll see what they come up with. We've had pretty unique takes throughout. We've seen the Darius Karma, Varus, Tahm Kench, a lot of Pantheon. I think Pantheon quite high up there in the tier list according to these players, and we'll see if we see any more of it here. Of course, none of these teams have, or neither of these teams, shall I say, have played one of the 2v2s before, so they will have every champion open for themselves.
Is there anything you'd like to see that hasn't been shown yet, though, Vestian? Is there any sort of favorite duo that you think could really get this done?
That I haven't seen yet?
Yeah, it's early days, but anything in particular?
I mean, I can't really think of anything. There's just so much available, to be honest. Like, it's not going to be a tank. A bruiser with an enchanter, to me, makes the most sense, but of course there are counters to that as well. I don't know. I'm pretty happy to see whatever. Yeah, unfortunately, is the cop-out answer, but the truthful one.
You know what I'd love to see? It's just that classic, like, 1v1 potential. I'd love to see a Riven in there. Maybe a Riven with, like, a Karma or something, too, could just be disgusting.
Yeah, it could be. It always just depends on what the enemy picks, though, right? You pick a Riven, even with a Karma, and they have a Renekton, and all of a sudden all that shielding has just gone to waste.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I think there's just so many strong dueling champions, especially, you can make really good dueling champions, that it's at this stage of the split, it's going to be impossible to take them off something strong, either of these teams. Tahm, though, really standing out, it seems, to a lot of teams, a lot of bans, a lot of picks, so will be removed once more. Darius on the other side of things.
Yeah, I think Darius is pretty good. Volibear, I think it's the first time we're seeing that, and the first time we're seeing the Jax ban too. So obviously they're looking at these sort of very aggressive sort of top laners, quite tanky, can output a lot of damage. We're seeing a lot of Volibears doing more damage nowadays. But there's the Pantheon once again. Let's see what they pair with it.
Nidalee Pantheon. So guaranteed CC, point and click CC, set up for that spear, and a lot of damage coming through on the back end of it. Now DFM, Udyr currently being hovered, and Pantheon. Oh well, I guess we've found our staple of the meta champion here in these 2v2s. The Pantheon quickly getting taken up from both of these teams, and most teams now actually losing the option of picking it going forward.
Yeah, well, I have to say, like, it comes down to which pairs best with the Pantheon in this case. Does Udyr do quite well as well? As they get a little bit of AoE, a little bit of point and click, but Nidalee, the damage output with a spear and then into that Cougar form could be pretty nasty.
For sure. And it all comes down as well to what build does Udyr go? Does he go something like the Tiger form, attempting to one-shot you? Does he go for a more tankier style where you're able to utilize that turtle stance a little bit better, or the Phoenix even with a bit of burn damage? With that Doran's ring, it would suggest Phoenix stance is going to be Citrus's choice.
Yeah, a little bit indecisive we're seeing from Keen as well down on the Pantheon. Not sure what they want to pick, but going with the pickaxe, a little bit different over to the just the a longsword, couple daggers, nothing too crazy. Loving this spamming. This is what we need to see more of. Thank you, Citrus. You keep at it. Show us that sword. But looking for a little bit of a cheese in that bush, though. Could be an interesting one if they overstep. It could be a little bit rough.
So they get full control over the bushes here, the Vikings. Guri
taking a snowball. Very covered. Guri's very low already. Have to be so careful. Half health, barrier burn. Shogun as well. Taking a little bit more damage. Spears going wide, and oh, disaster for the side of the Vikings.
Yeah, does have the heal in Nidalee, and I mean both teams getting relatively low. Shogun being the only range champ here can maybe use that range to his advantage and getting some grass procs onto Citrus, but Citrus is trying to turn it around. Snowball almost up for him.
Oof. Running out of mana pretty quickly is no. They're looking for a double flash stun. Getting the flash again. Guri's trying to hold on, but can they get one more kill? Shogun back in the Cougar form. It's not going to be enough. Citrus is taken out and Guri lock it down. A beautiful play. Vikings, they get that side selection.
Wow. Some quick 2v2s we've had today. I think we saw a couple Ring of Fires yesterday, and today we're barely getting to the minions. It's just straight brawling. Respect. So it is going to be MVK getting themselves side selection. Shogun there on your screen. A late edition being re-picked up by them as LCP was about to commence. Obviously spent an entire year with them, so we'll slot right in.
And it is red side getting first pick. Going to be quite an interesting one, so it does throw it off a little bit, but blue side seems to be secured. The side of Vikings.
For sure. Getting blue side and counterpick is just something my brain will struggle to comprehend for a little bit. But nonetheless...
Say that again for me? Hold on. My brain did... What?
Yeah, it is weird. Just playing the game for... how many years now? 15? 14? Something like that. And all of a sudden, the picks are on the opposite side is quite a big change. And it means like it's much harder to work out optimal side of the map to choose, because it becomes more about map layout than it does about side selection, right? Because in the past, the benefit of being blue side was not necessarily the map layout, although there always is benefits, was more, okay, you get first pick, so you get that priority champion. But now, you could be blue side and get counter pick, which the red side used to exclusively have. So there's a lot more mind games to happen in these drafts, especially with the Fearless draft that came in last year. That's made drafting, I think, a lot more difficult for the coaches, for the teams.
Yeah, and you got to love that, though. It's adding a whole nother layer of complexity to drafting, because we've already seen with so many champions, there's so many options. Obviously, we know what metas are and what they look like. We know what champions are strong. But now you've got to start thinking about what is the actual pick if they do decide to go to something else. And it does throw a big spanner in the works. You do have to have a really strong grasp of what your game plan is before you even start drafting, so you can see what's going to happen. So they obviously planned for all of this as bans are coming in. Now we're back to the normal bans, especially we got Ambessa, Jace, Rumble, Silas. Okay, I'm a bit happy with this one.
Yeah, Malphite sure to come through in one of these last two slots as well, I imagine. Otherwise, it will probably just be snapped away and responded to with a Mundo pickup. But we'll see. What is it going to be? The Nico. So now Malphite still up, still available, still strong. A much faster clear with the buffs that came through at the tail end of 2025.
And with the Silas taken off the board too, like giving out the Malphite with the Silas gone, it feels a little bit criminal if you ask me, but the Orianna being banned out, so we could see a Malphite potentially first picked, but there are so many priority champions. Depends, there it is.
Yep, no surprise. Malphite snapped away immediately. I think it was to be expected. And now we look towards Ray Farkey and the side of DFM as to what they would like to pick up here in the first 2 picks. And I don't think it's going to be either of the Blood Brothers. There we go.
Mundo?
Kind of sad though. I mean, this Mundo pick, sorry, not Mundo pick, this Malphite pick somewhat stops Citrus from picking those assassins that he is so good at, unfortunately for him. But nonetheless, it is the hand he has dealt, and Mundo, a perfectly strong champion, a ridiculously strong champion in the Big Blue Smurf. I think still 100% win rate if I'm not mistaken throughout the last 3 series we've had.
It definitely has the most impact. I feel like it really stepped all over that Talia that it burst. It's been looking pretty strong. I'd love to see it being into a bit more of a fairer matchup, but I just don't think there really is one at the moment. I think Ryze is just that lane-dominant bully, but Varus being locked out. A lot of CC already very strong, and actually the Anivia.
Yep, so it's a lane that Ryze struggles with, but I mean, the good thing about Ryze is Ryan Anivia is going to push you in, but Ryze is going to push that wave immediately back out, and that's kind of why he gets away with his immobility and his short range, is because he has just such great wave clear that it kind of nullifies these poor lanes. Of course, it's going to take some good positioning if you are out of position. Anivia perfectly good at capitalizing on these immobile mages, but still, we saw this matchup yesterday and it went perfectly fine for that Ryze. Corki going to be that lock-in for Karkun up against this Varus.
Yeah, and I like it. I think it's nice to pick the Corki early in this sense. It means you can go for sort of any number of supports. I feel like the Nami was very good, just a very good disruptor in team fights. I don't know how well it's synergized with the Corki early, but at the end of the day, Corki is so self-sufficient. It's super not critical. It was able to give a little bit more love to other lanes. So Ban's now coming in. Na being taken off the board, so obviously looking towards that top side. DFM fans.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Love it to see it.
DFM whiting. I don't know what the Japanese part of it says, but I imagine it's something along the lines of whiting as well, as that's what the Korean read. Now, Cassante taken away. It's a champion that Ray Farkey tended to go towards a lot in 25, so obviously going to be well aware of that. Take it away. It's just a safe, stable top laner. And if you can make it volatile, I think Kratos man-to-man typically does do a little bit better than Ray Farkey, if history is to be believed.
Well, it sort of begs the question is, are we going to see more of like a tank being put onto Ray Farkey into a bit more of a bruiser for Kratos? Because Kratos does love dealing damage, and Yorick is a big example of that, where we did see some great success on Kratos' Yorick last split last year as well. So it comes down to, what are they sort of looking at? Are they taking away these more damage-dealing champions to sort of negate any sort of impact Kratos can have? So maybe they're trying to give Ray Farkey a little bit more leniency towards this top side, but losing out a lot of his champions pool, especially the Cassante, is going to make it a bit harder.
I mean, yeah, look, we're shaping up for a Scion. I'm going to be honest, with the Na ban, with the Yorick ban, Scion pick is just screaming out right now. I mean, could go for the Ornn. A lot of immobile carries, so Ornn does also make sense, but I think just the power of Scion is a little bit more than Ornn currently has, and there's the hover, and we'll just be locked in. So we'll go over to the Vikings for their 2 picks almost certainly.
There's a lot of front to back we're seeing from the side of DFM. They're feeling pretty confident with having such a meaty front line. Yes, you have a Malphite. Yes, you have a Varus who might go on here and look for that shred, but there is the Rek'Sai to counteract that Scion.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I think Vikings are hugely winning out on the draft here. And the concern I have, it will be on hit. It will be on hit Varus, Nidalee support being hovered currently, which is a very, very strong support. It will probably be more likely to be Rakan, or one of. Choose engage support here. But regardless, I think this Anivia, this Varus deal really well with the Scion and the Mundo, right? Anivia less so for her damage, but more so she just stops them from moving forward with that wall. Sion can try and ult in, headbutt into a wall, which is maybe an argument to be made that Ornn could have been better because he can actually break that wall. But nonetheless, I think the team composition from Vikings is so well equipped to deal with what we're seeing out of DFM. You've got that on-hit Varus opportunity to really shred through those health bars, and we'll be able to do so in pretty rapid fashion with the peel there from Alistair from Rek'Sai to alleviate some of that pressure of them just running at him too.
So much to break in. I'm just excited to see this gameplay. We're finally seeing Malphite. I want to see some unstoppable forces just smashing this Corki out of the air. He will not be flying for very long. Even with a Valkyrie as well, he might just survive. With a Flash, it really depends. But the front to back, like I said, is still relatively good for DFM. It's whether they can stop the onslaught that gets onto them. Remember, you have so much engaged. You have a wall that can stop them from walking out. And then on top of that, they're just going to jump on you. A Void Rush from Rek'Sai too is enough to get a bit of execute damage. So we'll have to see what they're going to be doing or how they're going to play it. But it's a whole new series now, Vestian. It is 2 new teams yet to prove themselves out on the Rift. I'm excited to see what they can get done in this game 1.
Absolutely. Coaches will head off after these fist bumps, and it will be all left now on the Rift.
Yes, Jay.
I don't know. Jay is a caster. He's a Mandarin
Get
caster.
it done, Jay.
I'm pretty sure Jay is a Mandarin caster. I think he's one of the casters that's on today. But I have no idea what that other sign said. And even the English letters, I didn't really understand what they said. But nonetheless, we've got ourselves a game on our hands, a series even on our hands. I do think coming into this, Vikings have drafted really well, and they have put themselves in a position to really capitalize on this game number 1. But it always will just come down to that gameplay. We'll see. Control of the Dragons has, so far for the 3 series we have seen, been a really decisive factor. And Wade, the graphics on the left are telling me it's Mundo top, but I don't think that's true. Okay, it isn't. It is Ray Farki on the Mundo. Sorry, on the Scion, and it is Citrus on the Mundo. The graphic had the other way around, so I got a little scared for a second. I can't imagine Mundo doing that well in lane into the Rek'Sai, unfortunately.
That's just a skill diff, it would have to be, but no, we're not going to see it today, unfortunately, Vestian. We'll maybe see it another time, but right now, we're going to see the Scion versus the Rek'Sai. It's going to be a bit of an interesting matchup. Bit of a wet noodle fighters. Trying to get a little bit of good damage down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alistair, just a pinata at level 1. Can headbutt you, but unfortunately 2 ranged champions. You headbutt one of them, the other one's just going to wail at your health bar. Has that heal. That comes through as passive, but still, it's going to be a rough early lane for them. Of course, with that bonus of being a little bit stronger when it comes to those team fights. Gang now capitalized his name. It was not an all caps name last I saw it.
Maybe he's just screaming it at us.
Yeah.
Gang! This is what we want. Just why not? Like, adding a bit of surprise and delight into our day when casting these games. So you know what? I'm here for it. Thank you so much. Gang!
Yeah, there he is. Still, it isn't going to be on hit. So all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom, I now favor DFM's draft. Because I don't really know who's killing Mundo Scion if this game goes anywhere near the 30-minute mark. So I think you're going to have to get this one done pretty quickly, which is not necessarily what Anivia is that good at doing. Kind of has a lot of items she wants to get to. Has a little bit more power now with that new item being introduced. Again, similarly to Rise, though, it's not like he's going to be a slouch when it comes to the late game either. Yeah,
I think I can understand
these guys.
Yeah, I can understand maybe going and looking for a bit more of the lethality poke for the Varus with that Comet. I think more so they're playing around Guri and getting that unstoppable force and then just layering on as much damage as soon as possible to get a pick. But Citrus is walking into his jungle and just messing up that sandcastle.
Yeah, already got himself that Scuttle Crab too. A significantly faster clear on that Mundo than the Malphite, and so hitting up after this recall, might look for the second one. There are pings going down towards it, but it is going to be Guri first to get there, just by virtue of recalling quicker. But yeah, I mean, the problem is you have this lethality Varus that is against an army, so there's already the healing for the squishier members like Karkun. But then Rise builds a lot of HP. Hold up.
Gang already getting caught out, the flash being burnt, but it should just be first blood pretty successfully. Just, I don't know, maybe caught sleeping. Corky already backed.
Oh my god. Who got it? I actually didn't see.
And it was, I believe it was Guri who did pick that one up, just secured. We're playing Mundo Dodgeball at this point. Guri's definitely having fun with it, but when you're at the beach and you're missing sandcastles like that.
Yeah, some slick movement. Oh no, do not check that bush. There is always a champion in the bush, just be wary. Alright, he's gonna not go to the bush. Oh! Citrus won't be aware that Elio's actually come up.
Yeah, he's coming in, does first the bubble, and I think Citrus is going to be in a little bit of trouble here as the stun. Great flash, just hits it off to the side and is going to get out.
Great roam from Elio. Oh, Gang just a little slow on the recall, I guess. Shogun. Oh no!
He cancelled!
Oh,
disaster! Oh, burning everything, burnt the heal. They got the flash out, but it's just not going to be enough. 2v1, that's, you hate to see it, especially in a game one, your debut.
That's a rough start. That's a rough start. But, again, it's a lethality Varus into 3 tanks, essentially, with how much health Rise ends up getting. And Electrocute on the Malphite, but most likely going to go a tank build. Just has a little bit more early power with that rune.
Now, see, that makes me sad. I don't want to tank Malphite. Give me a Malignance. Give me a Rabadon second, just for the laughs. But no, I guess they're going to play it smart. Makes sense. It's the LCP, I guess. But still, we're allowed to have our priorities here. But no, again, Rayfaki having a little bit of just an interesting time. Kratos just very good control over this game. The health difference is pretty staggering.
Yep. Ray's going to have to take that recall, head back to lane with the teleport, as things have somewhat stabilized here on the Rift. A good CS advantage for Kakun. A really good CS advantage. The kill essentially neutralized by virtue of just being up so much. So utilizing that double range bot lane very well when it comes to the actual 2v2. Unfortunately, it's only even because of Gang's misstep, I suppose, with cancelling of that recall.
Elio making some moves around the map. It's nice to see. It's interesting, though, with the quest down in these games now, rotations shouldn't really be coming through as much. I guess in the team space, it is a little bit different, but losing out that XP in regards to roaming and trying to make impact can be quite detrimental. It's why you see 80 carries a little bit more sitting in there. The less early rotations, unless it's for an objective. But first Dragon, 6:20 on the clock is quite nice for the side of DFM.
Yeah, doing really, really well, DFM. Ultimately, again, bot lane standing up strong with this double range bot lane, not making that many mistakes, and so they do remain even in gold. You see Kane here. Oh, hold up. Okay, no.
Elio as well has to burn the flash too, but it is the Hextech, so it's going to be a little bit of a timer, but still, having to force that reset. Oof. Bit risky.
Still a slower paced one. The Dragon's going to be very, very helpful. And Void Grub spawning soon, less than a minute now, so we'll probably see supports. Actually, Elio's headed bot. So I guess just conceding the Void Grubs is the plan for Vikings. Conceding quite a lot, really. 4 teleports,
Coach
by the
Combs.
way. Obviously, one of them one of them is Elio's unsealed spellbook, but it does look funny.
You can see the first one already being used. Shogun heading back down to that bot side. Surprised Elio's not sort of starting to make their way up, as it is 30 seconds. Like I said, to those Void Grubs, there needs to be a little bit more of those rotations.
He'll just teleport
Even
there.
seeing Guri clearing down to the bot side feels a little bit skew-if.
Yeah, I think Elio, they pushed his wave in. Elio can teleport up to the Void Grubs if he needs to be, but they already do see that Gang is down here, so at worst it's a 3v3 up in that top side around the Grubs. And I mean, even then you probably just want to teleport as that Alistair, make it a 4v3, guarantee it, but we'll see what they opt to do. Maybe preferring to get some more uptime in that lane. As you pointed out, it does give more progress towards that quest completion, which is really important on the supports as it unlocks those ward items. Farm alarm.
So Guri already making their way up. This is nice to see too. Mundo obviously looking for a bit of an invade into this bot side. Trying to secure and take away the blue buff, but no, Elio just Biding their time, still taking those cleavers to the head. But Void Grubs successfully going over to the Vikings. Nice to see a little trade of objectives.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh!
Just barely getting out. Ultimate coming through, but unfortunately,
Okay.
it was a warning shot.
Next time, it's gonna hit. The top hat was just a thank you.
I don't know if they win this 2v2 anymore. The bot side of DFM with that level 6 coming through now for Alio. Can take a substantial amount of pain.
Without the tidal wave, though, I feel like they really definitely won't. Like, that is a big ability down, and it's only going to come back up maybe in 30, 40 seconds. So Shogun just sort of trying to keep that control.
Look how
maintain a
far
little bit of
ahead
priority.
in CS. Sorry, look how far ahead in CS Karkon is.
Oh,
Just doing
Yeah.
so well on this Corki, and that's against the teleport on the Varus too. So Shogun teleporting back to lane to not miss minions, and still is behind Karkon on the Corki. So really well done by the AD carry of DFM. As he's starting his career, well, his LCP era of his career as a mid lane main, and now truly stepping into this AD carry role and doing it well.
yeah, successfully up that 10 CS per minute, which is not something to snuff at. So it's really great to see that, like you said before too, it's, yes, they're only about 8 CS or so behind right now, but that's not a huge difference even against that 1 kill. So I have to see when items come online, especially that Triforce. It's a big item spike that will start turning the tides in these fights. But first item as well, picked up for Shogun, picking up that Ghost Blade.
Yeah, well done by Kane. Able to duck and dive with the phase rush around the damage coming out of this Anivia, although Cardi not feeling too much pain, really. Working towards Rod of Ages for both of them, as well as at Archangels. Much slower game than we've had for the last series.
Well, they could be gearing up for a fight. Citrus getting spotted out. The whole team was looking to rotate up, but Elio as well in this bush, sitting there comfortably. They threat a lot. Kane is pretty low, almost got caught in the snowstorm. We're trying to shove this one back out.
I love it's trophy versus cheese wheel going on between the junglers. One's a lot easier to land than the other. Also, Zeke's picked up for Guri. So Alton will have a little bit of additional CC utility with that slow that you get from using your ultimate. Has a bit of C cooldown reduction as well, which always feels good on a champ that is so heavily ultimate reliant.
Yeah, next dragon just going over. This is a very slow, quiet game. Like, I want to see a little bit more action, but I guess they're sort of just biding their time. They're trying to build these items up. It's, again, like we said before, it's Shogun feels like they might not have the impact we were really hoping for. We were looking for that on here, so maybe they know something we don't, where the lethality might be a little bit better, but I think it's all about those early item spikes, maybe get a couple little kills from the laning phase potentially, but they're not really doing anything with it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, no one's really doing much of anything, but Vikings have just naturally grown out a gold lead that is actually pretty substantial. Just 2k for not really much having to be done for it either. So despite this reasonable lead that Karkon has found in terms of that CS, it's slowly dwindling, and Shogun picking up some plates, and that kill obviously has helped a lot to actually put him 800 gold ahead.
Yeah, a couple of quests have been completed too. You know, there's 4 quests for the side of Vikings, so they've all just very much stuck to their lanes and said, guys, let's just get our quests online and maybe we can start looking for a fight. But Citrus doesn't want to have any of that and says, I want to try and invade as much as possible. Did not secure the red though, was picked up by Guri.
Yeah, being constantly pestering away at Guri has Citrus done. And I mean, again, this is a game where you don't actually need to do much. And even though they're behind, as long as they get to level 16, it's going to be so difficult to deal with this Mundo. And he's a wee way away from it now. But eventually he's going to get there if this game continues at the pace of which it's going. Karkon now finishing up his quest. Gets that chunk of gold for himself. And with it, has closed that gap ever so slightly on Shogun.
We're seeing second coach comms coming out for Vikings as well. So it's kind of interesting. They're getting a lot of early comms on the board. So maybe they're just trying to get a bit more of a game plan. Maybe coaches aren't super happy with what they're seeing and saying, guys, maybe we need to start pushing the objectives a little bit more, start pushing up the tempo. But who knows? Another quest coming in, this time for our Rise. Kane picking that up. So we're just waiting on supports now, but they've been roaming around doing all sorts of things. Love to see when that gets picked up so they get those nice cheap pink wards.
For sure. Recall coming through. Dragon. Oh, actually, Rift Shield will be the next objective. That's in a minute. Dragons are one apiece. We'll see if there's a fight over it. I mean, Rift Shield certainly can break open the game and accelerate things. Kratos with that Demolish and the crystals offloads a heck of a lot of pain onto that tower, maybe looking towards getting that first tower up in the top lane. Although Kane able to arrive in time, defends it.
That's just nice, interesting. Yeah, there's last one. Bit of damage now coming out. It is slowly stacking. Last Whisper being picked up for Shogun, so a little bit more of that pen being coming through should be a little bit helpful, but whether you can get it off at Guri as well, now being chased by Citrus. A little bit of a lemon move if you ask me, but...
The most action we've had this game is just Mundo throwing cleavers, or trophies I suppose, at Guri, who chucks the cheese wheel back, and that's just job done. Here we go, another one. Oh, another dodge. Cheese wheel, there we go.
It's Mundo dodgeball, but slightly less entertaining. Oh, they're just fighting over some big wards. That's that's what we were seeing right there. But
ooh, another
here's
land.
Kano. Yeah, look, they're sending a couple. Oh, here's a little bit of a collapse though. Citrus sitting in a bush. Wait, do they send another one?
You just know Citrus wants to walk up, just get that one auto attack, that satisfying donk with the heart steel. But it's just too risky. Oh, here we go.
All members down.
Elio finds a way in.
Citrus gets hit with a chase corruption and just blasted into oblivion. That's the Shogun special. They do have to walk out. No jungler means Rift Herald does go over to Guri, and we're finally seeing that action in place. Gung just had to flash that because if that arrow hit, it could have been a kill.
Absolutely. Guri still hunting, still has that unstoppable force.
And there it is, great flash. Cocoon is holding on, getting a little bit more damage off, but look at Caddy as well. Look, it's so much damage. You're stuck in a glacial storm and you're just being melted by it. Rift Herald's still going to get that second charge up. Gang can't even back without getting poked out, and now the game is online. 4K gold lead, 3 kills over the Vikings.
Yeah, and that's a massive leap forward now. A lot of gold picked up. Got themselves a Rift Shield, the mid tower, a couple kills, and Citrus on half HP just gets taken out very, very clean. The Ignite there, so no healing could possibly come through. And Gang's tidal wave, while it does disrupt a little bit, it's still going to be a great wall out of Cardi, forcing the flash away out of Gang, and Kakun, even hit with that arrow. Shogun dead on the money here.
That Flash Frost as well, just so impactful, hitting 2 members. Stuck in a wall, stuck in a glacial storm. So big. Guri getting out the flash. Not too bad because it still gets the kill. Sending out all this damage. Still got an egg available, and they just sat there. Caddy's very comfortable. As the Dragon fight, Blue is able to get a DFM. Citrus takes it away. Now Cocoon is trying to hold them back. There's the Void Rush. It does pick up Citrus, and now a little bit sour for that one, as they do have to walk out. There is a big wall, but now, look at this. Sides in the backside. Ray Farkey wants to try and 1v3. He's going to be enough damage. There's the big knock-up. Elio into the back line. He's going to get it done as they do send a tidal wave a little bit slow, but the route is still big. And they have to just walk away, and a nice pickup as they do secure the jungler on DFM.
Yeah, so it was a Dragon for 1. A reasonably good trade, all things considered, for DFM, considering the state of the game. But as bot lane tower goes down, it does tip the scales once again in favor of the Vikings, and having a good game for themselves. Is Kratos able to come in, find that execute onto the Mundo. Citrus taken out, pretty swift work, not that tanky currently. He needs a few more items, a few more levels, and we'll get there. But it was great controlling of the river, not really allowing Vikings rather a way in. Citrus able to just freely hit this dragon, and Guri nowhere in the region to be able to smite that one away. But unfortunately, with Kratos and Cardi on him, Citrus is going to fall. There's a nice wall here from Cardi too, but unable to follow up really on this Corki.
As long as he has that Valkyrie too, he can just get over that wall, but if it's used too early, he's just going to be stuck, and it could be pretty rough. So we did see that just before as well. And now Guri here, Unstoppable Force, they're just saying point blank, come here, you blue smurf, we want your blood. They put out a wall, Realm Warp is going to be used just to get to safety, and a nice retreat.
I can't help but laugh when I see Malphite ults. The first one, he ults, Karkun flashes away, and he just waddles away the opposite direction. And then this one, it's just on top of himself, just point blank, slams the wall.
Oh!
And yeah, I mean, that's big. There's a good chunk of gold Karkun's able to pick up for himself for essentially no effort whatsoever.
Even more items are starting to come out, yes. Seeing a little bit of tankiness out of this Malphite, but I'm looking at this Anivia, Seraphs, and a Rod of Ages too, where we're only seeing the Rod of Ages and part of the Seraphs are keen on this rise. So this Anivia having a pretty good game for themselves. Only 200 gold up, but clearly the items have definitely been working in their favor.
1k up. It's the middle number.
Oh my god.
The CS is pretty much the same.
I was looking at the CS.
Yeah. Don't worry. I've been caught out by it before, but yeah, here's pretty much everyone's about a K up. They're in the region of.
Yeah.
So it is definitely a sizable advantage here for Vikings, as they are looking strong, realistically, here to start off the split. Shogun been very accurate, pinpoint accuracy with these arrows so consistently. Again, they are on a timer though. Citrus, Rayfaki will get to a point where they are just completely unstoppable. Cardi being a little bit accelerated, I suppose, will help with dealing with those tanks, but it does get to an overwhelming point eventually.
And 20 minutes into the game as well, Baron has just spawned, but it's no longer one of those objectives that we will just see get absolutely roasted instantly as it spawns. But Elio as well, in a bit of a pickle, getting slowed up, does sidestep so much. Trouble Bubble too, but now as well, that's actually Rayfaki in the backside. Tidal Wave too, does just go sideways. Chains Corruption as well, misses everyone, and they just retreat like nothing happened.
I wonder... Yeah, now obviously Demolish changes to Scion, blah 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 blah. You don't really auto-attack the tower. You know, the old Scion gameplay pattern with Demolish was sit near the tower, dung 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 dung, auto-attack. With how the teleport operates, I wonder how, like, because I play a lot of Scion, and I'll take Shield Bash in matchups that I couldn't even dream of hitting their tower in, right? But with this new teleport and how massive of a shield it gives you, I wonder how much damage your auto-attack will do after teleporting. That's something I need to find out, because it will be a substantial amount, I dare suggest.
Yeah, I think the biggest one that we saw was like, you can almost 100 to 0 and 80 carry. I think it was a Tom Kench that I saw do it. 100 to 0 to 80 carry just from the teleport with shield bash, and it hurt.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's a fun development.
Yeah, this shield bash rune with that teleport does seem like it'll be pretty nice. Especially access to shields. You even have like Kainic Recurn, which procs it, and a lot of ways for top laners to utilize that summoner. It also works if you have an enchanter support. So
yes. Ooh.
No, food for thought. Could conjure up some ancient shield bash 80 carry with a Janna tech. Who knows?
Bring back the Ornn 80 carry. Why not? Just see what happens. And okay, Citrus getting slowed up, but a lot of damage coming out. Rayfaki getting hit with the Chains of Corruption is King trying to sit up to the side. Guri waiting in the wings, but no, Citrus as well. There's a nice little flag from Kratos, but he says, I'm going to tunnel out of this one. Not worth taking the fight. Dragon is up, so it is a Cloud Soul that we're seeing as well. The Dragon we all love to see, a lot of movement speed, a lot of rotations. But now they're just waiting for who's going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and they dealt with tank ultimate number 1, Mundo. Citrus losing that one. Unfortunately, tank ultimate number 2 here in Rayfaki is still up and available, so definitely if he finds a good angle to go for that ultimate, to find a way onto a potential carry, especially now that that wall from Cardi is down, certainly is a playable fight.
Citrus Unstoppable Force comes in. They're going to get a little bit more done as they get a huge knock-up 3 in the backline. Elio is absolutely crushing this one. Rayfaki so low. Guri now with this. Void Rush does take out Cocoon. That's your damage source. Caddy as well taking out Rayfaki. And it is just a big shutdown. 1 for 2 is a big trade for Vikings.
There's low health bars though, and Kane's still relatively healthy. I wonder if there's ever an avenue where they can look to try and stop this dragon, because getting a third dragon for themselves would be quite nice, but it seems like willing to give it over. Vikings able to win out on that fight 2-1, get themselves control of this objective, will be able to take it down, even up that dragon score, and delay any potential soul shenanigans for at least another 5 minutes.
And let's get a replay of that one, because it was a pretty good fight. We were just sort of sitting around waiting, but that unstoppable force Flash is going forward. Elio, look at that into the backline. Even mid-tidal wave had such an impact to reset this fight. Look at Shogun throwing out arrows, and the Void Rush too into this back, just helping solidify this fight, even for the sacrifice.
Yep, gets himself that kill onto Karkun. Takes away the majority of that DPS at this stage of the game. Still, slowly scaling away at DFM. It is a 5k gold advantage in favor of the Vikings, and Baron now available. They're looking to set up around this objective, try and see if they can force a way in to get a pickup of that. And it kind of is important now, as level 13 you're seeing on your screen for Citrus. He gets closer and closer to that level 16. And again, Lethality Varus is not going to be offering all that much when it comes to trying to take down these tanks.
Yeah, even with a grudge, it's not really going to get the huge amounts. A little bit of slows, but now Gary's off to the side. Back at the beach. It'd be interesting to see how they're going to deal with these tanks as the game goes on. Again, you've said it before, it's this Lethality Varus where we're failing to see what impact it will have. Maybe its goal is to just destroy Cocoon Gang in this backline and just get a lot of damage off, but the follow-up really feels like it's going to be down to this Anivia, who, yes, is most likely building into a Void Staff, but is it going to be enough? Is the slows, is the damage going to get it there?
Very big question. Yeah. The gold, as this game continues, the lead means less and less, of course, as items do come through, and Citrus really just needs to find a way to get some XP. Seeing him on that level 13, Taguri's 14. Unfortunately, wards no longer do that. That was taken away. That was taken away from us. No longer do they want us to be level 2 on the first minion wave in middle top. Karkun,
oh, they're looking for the fight, Cocoon. Beautiful lockdown. There's the unstoppable force. Where did that Corky go? You're not allowed to exist in this game with this mouth. But they keep going. The Void Rush takes another one. Ray Farki's now all alone, stuck behind a wall, and they cannot move. Yes, they throw out the ultimate. They're going to hold on a little bit more, but it is a double kill heading up for Kratos. The God of War is coming for blood.
Yeah, and I think the only way you find yourself in a position where this Baron is so easy to take is by stepping egregiously far forward in that mid lane, and that's exactly what Karkun does, and it's exactly what Vikings punish. They come in, Karkun, he tries to get away with the Valkyrie, no flash available to himself, and just gets hit in the head by a rock, and gets knocked up, taken out, and with that, that's all of the damage really for the side of DFM gone. It's very hard for this Rise to have uptime without some other threat on his team, and so it's pretty straightforward now. Vikings take that, the Baron's now there, and all of a sudden the scaling becomes less of a threat as this timer is extending. During the Baron, a lot of push, not a whole lot of wave clear against these Baroned up minions, but just, there's no business being here.
No. No, there was no reason for them to be that far up away from tower when they had no vision on the bot side. No real agency, and Rayfarki clearly missed the memo, you might even say, of being like, I'll TP in, guys, but just was not there at the right time. It was just late, and they got caught for it.
Yeah, but an example of how this game could have been hard is that was 5 people hitting a Scion for nearly 10 seconds and finally got him. So you can kind of envision what the fights could look like if they are just even, and given more time too, where Citrus is at that same point. But Vikings, they see an opportunity, they strike. Now looking to break open this
base. And with an 8k gold lead now, Vestion is looking a lot better. It was sitting about that 5, that Baron just hit them up again. Now they're looking closer to 9, and they're pushing in every wave. They are top, mid, and bot. Rayfarki as well, slowly getting burnt out by Snow. We'll have to see as they're just mincing through these towers. The gold just steadily increasing.
Ooh.
But there's a lot of damage now coming out. Cocoon as well. So let's put it out as there's Ray Farkey looking for a little bit more of a fight. They do seem to pick up Elio. Cocoon very happy with this development, but can they turn it around? Ray Farkey low, picked up by Caddy. Unstoppable force the back line. Snowstorm's good. It's not going to... Cocoon's holding on. The Void Rush is enough to lock them down. Ray Farkey's... The zombies holding on. Kratos is walking away. They're in their base, and they're looking to finish this one out. Gung is caught once again. Double kill for Shogun, and they're at everything, and a huge turn for Vikings. 10k gold lead to boot, and I think they're going to close this one out pretty clean and clear right here, right now, Veshin. And what a huge first debut game for this roster. Like I said, they stuck the team together, they held true, and they've come up with the goods game one.
Game one done and dusted, and it's Vikings in a dominant fashion. All it took was for DFM to slow down the pace, get to their spikes, and look for an opportunity. It was one mistake in the mid lane that was their ultimate undoing, and the Vikings aren't going to miss an opportunity like that. They strike, they take the Baron, they take the base, and now lead the series 1-0. And DFM, they've got a lot to prove in this series. Obviously, game 2 and game 3 possibly on the horizon. But with what was, I mean, I actually think they lost the draft until it was Lethality Varus, but Shogun somewhat proving me wrong, just so deadly accurate with those constant piercing arrows coming through onto prime targets and really opening up so much opportunity for his team to punish. DFM there.
Again, it really came down to as well was the really nice flanks. We saw Kratos being impactful on this Rex side, not just up against the Scion, but across the entire map. Plus, in tow with the Malphite, unstoppable forces left, right, and center. And look at the damage distance. We doubted this Varus build, but they know something we don't, because that is phenomenal. Almost double.
Yeah, he's landing everything. I mean, in credit, if you are able to never miss a skill shot, this Lethality Varus will do a lot of damage, and Shogun doing it this game. It was a rough lane for him. I mean, he got that kill as somewhat a freebie onto Gang, but then even then, Karkun was well and truly ahead of CS for the entirety of that lane. Didn't seem to matter. Great game out of Kratos, great game out of Cardi. And Guri, I mean, he found some good Malphite ults. They were funny ones as well. Always the comedic value of this Malphite at times. Yeah, I don't know what DFM had to do going forward. Obviously, this was a... I mean, you could argue he did it so they wouldn't cancel Karkun's base, but in that case, you could probably just flash the headbutt pulverize from Alio and walk on out too. I mean, there's options. Unfortunately,
yeah,
does go down.
The heal might not have been the right call, but again, these were all just really nice fights, and the space Shogun is getting to be able to just sit back and just land those skill shots, leading to all that damage. Even here, I think you see a flash come out because they see an arrow. And look, they're just scared of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Citrus, credit to him, gets himself the dragon, will fall afterwards. It's Kratos doing a crazy amount of damage, really, in this game on the Rex side.
And you gotta love this unstoppable force in, but Elio with the big pulverize is just huge impact. And Shogun once again sitting back, and then they're on top of Kratos in the depth. Does go down as well, but the impact of that play was phenomenal. And this, oh my lord, just where are you going? Cotton Eye Joe's just too much. Guri is just making moves, and Kratos is cleaning up and just having the best time with it.
It's just the classic, is it a bird, is it a plane? No, it's a rock. As Guri comes flying in from the jungle. I mean, this looked like a possible avenue in, I thought. Great ultimate out of Ray. Able to take down Alio nice and quickly, but look at the damage coming through from that blighted stacked piercing arrow.
Oh. And Kratos just coming back in for, again, a little bit of cleanup. Void Rush over the top. And so happy just to be sitting in the backline. Basically, it's a field day when they're sitting in this backline. So, absolutely magic. We got to wait and see what they're going to be bringing out, because DFM just don't think they were living up to snuff in that series. Vikings sort of had their number. Let's see if they can continue it into Game 2.
Absolutely. Game 2 on the horizon. Game 1 done and dusted, as you heard. Vikings lead 1-0. DFM with a lot to prove, and we'll see if they can prove it after our break.
One more. 1, 2, 3. 大家good too.
“现在有在录吗？
有啊，
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。”
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2, getting ready to get underway, and it's Vikings with absolute momentum as we head into it. A very dominant performance from them in game 1, and we have a substitution. Cardi coming out and Shawnee coming in.
Ah, that's kind of interesting. That's a bit of a spin on the game there, Vestian. What do you think that sort of makes? I think Cardi did play quite well that game. That Anivia was looking very good. What are your thoughts?
I mean, probably just something akin to what CFO were doing, where they want to have that flexibility of having different mid laners available. Obviously, it was top lane for CFO last year, but having that flexibility, you know, different champion pools possibly, and see if they can sort of develop that switch in that we saw so successful for CFO last year, but for themselves in here in 2026.
Oh, lovely to see, and we can see as well DFM are choosing blue side first pick, so we are going to get that counter picked over for Vikings, definitely changing up how they want to draft. So I'm excited to see what DFM is going to really bring out here and what they're going to do to sort of shake things up, because I feel like they just had a bit of a rocky start. They felt not so much lost, but they felt like they didn't have a direction. They were on the path, but they didn't know which path to take, whereas Vikings really came out strong and were saying, guys, just back it. We're going to full send. We can't do wrong. So the Vikings really setting sail and finding new turf or new land.
Yeah, absolutely. I think an incredibly well-played game by the Vikings, and it was kind of DFM stumbling over themselves with Karkun getting caught out on that mid lane. That really did break the game open, because I think ultimately, despite the goal difference, they were in a perfectly okay position to just keep trying to get those levels through, but not able to do so. And so Vikings, you can't make that kind of mistake against them. A very, very capable team. And Kratos there, locked and loaded, ready for the second game of the series. And I guess for him, hoping for it to be the last one.
Yeah, look, 2 games, 2 series, 2 games back to back. Pretty short night for us, but look, we always like to see games go all the way to 3. We'll have to see if Vikings decide to maybe let us, but the way they're going, I don't think they want to give it up to chance. But seeing some good bands coming out, there's the J4, and Bessa and Kasante. Take it away.
Yeah, and it's important to note as well with how championship points work, you are incentivized to try and win in a 2-0. Obviously, you always are, because that's just the nature of being a competitive player. But yeah, if you do win 2-0, you get extra championship points, which count towards qualifying for MSI and qualifying for Worlds later on in the year, which, of course, is going to be the goal for every single one of our LCP teams. So, you know, with the substitution coming in, it's definitely going to be part of Vikings' game plan going forward, because you don't want to relinquish any championship points you don't have. You don't have to relinquish, simply because you want to give yourself the most chance of qualifying for those international events.
Yeah, and first pick as well being laid out as Jace.
Yeah.
Pretty strong priority, but it's got a 0% win rate in the LCP thus far. We'll have to see if it's going to be taken a little bit in a different direction with Citrus at the helm.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Rise copping his first loss in the last game as well, so maybe a change for these 2 champions. Rise yet to receive a loss, now has, and Jace yet to receive a win. DFM certainly trying to make it so it has. It's going to be the Aurora. Can theoretically go into the top lane, but more than likely will be here for Shawnee in that middle lane.
Well, I've always liked the Aurora. It's a very strong team fight, so I feel like they're looking more around that interaction of how can we layer on this damage, whereas Jace, I feel like it is a bit more of that all or nothing. Full send it, don't really have the huge agency, and that's a Vi being hovered and locked in. Cease and desist coming in hot.
Absolutely. A champion we haven't yet seen here in this season, but it is a champion Guri has played quite a lot of and will be perfectly capable on it. It offers a lot, of course, that point-and-click lockdown that is very much unavoidable outside of Zaya and Siva. We'll see. I think it will incentivize a pick like that. Something a bit safer, probably. Oh, that's risky business, but it is going to be the option. Karkun locking in the Aphelios. I imagine it's going to be paired with Thresh, and there is the hover.
Yep. It's a bit of an interesting one, especially with the Vi being picked up. Like, you do have that automatic lockdown. Yes, you have a Thresh who can maybe help you out of a little tight spot, but Aphelios, very low mobility, very mid-late game champion. Until you get that Stormrazor online, it's really not going to have as much agency, but Ashe being hovered is really going to negate a lot of that sort of all-in potential with the slows.
Yeah, great locket. A little utility. Also an engage tool that is, you know, you don't often find those in the AD carry position. Really is only the Varus and Ashe, which Shogun now is going to be on both of them within these 2 games. As we head to the second stage of the bans. Supports look like a logical ban here for DFM. Whereas on the other side of things, mid laners, top laners, take your pick.
I'm suspecting a Braum's going to be banned out here too. Braum Ashe is just such a potent combination. It's going to be very disruptive, especially with the Thresh, the Ophelia. So I think Braum is a pretty honest ban. Potentially even like a Leona.
Yeah,
again, full engage.
I think it's more likely to be something like the Nautilus or Leona, and the reason being is there's already a lot of range being shown, the Aphelios, the Thresh, and also the Jace. So the Braum loses a lot of effectiveness against ranged champions in comparison to the melee ones, so Seraphine the option, again, I mean, that's a classic Ashe lane actually, come to think of it. The Ashe Seraphine, it's very, very hard to deal with. Obviously, you never need to use your empowered W as Seraphine in that lane matchup, simply because Ashe is constantly slowing them.
Should be interesting with Silas being banned out as well. So, like I said, those mid laners being targeted, maybe to alleviate a little bit of pressure from the Aurora, not give the Between Two Worlds over to the side of DFM. It's very interesting to see what they're going to be banning out as the final phase does come through.
Yeah, there's Renata Karma if they're really worried about ranged. Otherwise, Leona, Nautilus, Nico. Yeah, true.
Nico.
How did I forget about Nico? What is wrong with me? That champ is busted. It's like pick and ban 100% of the time, and it just completely went.
Oh.
What?
Oh my lord, that is. Is that mid or support though? That's the big question, because it looks like an Aurora mid. Could that be a Mel support coming in hot, or is it Aurora going top?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to say. I imagine it's just going to be a Mel support, would be my guess. Yeah. You can actually reflect the Thresh hook. It's not like the same as Nautilus, where if you reflect it, it's the exact same result. So it is, decent. Good into the Jace as well, of course. Deflecting one of those shock blasts can be a real difference maker around key objectives. Jack's going to be picked up here. Blind for Ray Farkey. Most likely. It could be into the Aurora still. We're yet to know.
Talia being hovered as well. It's a nice bit of AP added into the mix. But Syndra as well could be just as good. The knockback, very powerful. It's all about that scaling as well. Syndra late game can do a lot of damage, stacking those balls and then hitting you with the unlimited power. But Renekton being hovered instantly, they must have been planning this. They knew what was going on, so it looks like it will be a Mel support, Aurora mid. We did call that right, and it is locked in. Sending the Crocodile topside.
Yeah, a really fun top lane matchup. Very, very much a skill matchup that is, both of these top laners, or these top champs rather, tend to play the fights on the absolute brink of their health bars, and one mistake typically tips the scales. So, very important for these top laners to remain very clean in how they are going with these, or going into the trades up in that top side, because you get an advantage on either of them because it's such an even matchup. Any advantage really, really tips the scales pretty heavily. Obviously, Renekton, once he hits level 6, starts to come into power. Before level 6, actually tends to be a bit more Jax favored, just by virtue of being able to deny a lot of those auto attacks and whatnot. Even, the mini game of Renekton pressing W, you pressing E. The classic Jax mini game, really.
But game 2, though, now Vestian. Coaches shaking hands, bumping fists. They're getting ready to go. Heading back. We'll have to see what this game is going to hold in for us, as it is any team series. A lot of strong picks on both sides. Let's just see how they're piloted. The swap out for Shawnee as well for Vikings could throw a spanner in the works and really throw DFM off their game, depending on how it all lays out. But I'm excited to see this Ashe Mel bot lane. Shogun, Elio, I think they're going to get some nasty stuff done.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, team compositionally, it's hard to have a favorite. I think this Jax is going to struggle to find a whole lot of value. Into the Mal, it does typically struggle a little bit, but if you come in from a nice flank, then sure, it can be an avenue in. The Aphelios, relatively safe by virtue of having that Thresh. I hope that he has Cleanse. We'll see very shortly. But definitely needs the Cleanse this game up against that Ashe. A very difficult lane phase to try and navigate Ashe Mal. It is Cleanse. Very wise. A very wise choice, as Heimerdinger would say.
Now do the voice.
Indeed, a wise choice.
You nailed it, honestly. I love that. That was great. Cocoon taking a bunch of damage, trading it with the support. Not the end of the world, though. Hasn't used a pot just yet, so obviously waiting in the wings for something to happen, but no. That was really good voice. Do it. Oh, no, I won't ask you to do it again. You did an exceptional job first time. We'll leave it at that.
That's right. You don't get lucky on the second roll. It's a 50% crit chance. And this is a bleak state of affairs in that bottom lane. Just an absurd amount of range between Ashe and Mel. And Mel doesn't even need to use her Q. You know, the one good thing about playing against Mel is her Q is actually pretty dodgeable, and it doesn't do much damage if it only clicks you, you know, for that first tick. But unfortunately, against Ashe, if you're slowed, every tick hits. And so you actually do take a substantial amount of damage.
It's going to be pretty rough going for Cocoon. Already so far behind. Just that early trade at the start really set them back. Still level 1. Well down in CS, 5 to 18. It's early days though, Visions. Early days, so we're not too worried, but that's going to suck. Oof.
Yeah. You know, like, genuinely, this is the reason I stopped playing AD carry. I originally was an AD carry main, but nothing felt worse than just loading into game and I'm against a duo, like, what was it back in the day? It was a lot of Xerath. It would be like Caitlyn Xerath. And it's like, what can I do about this? There's too many champions, you know, like I got to ban Draven. I can't ban everything. And so it's just like, oh, I can't be bothered dealing with this anymore. So now I play top and I play tanks and it's good fun.
You've got the full switch, and you know what? That's a vibe right there. You just get to have a bit more fun. You get to survive a lot more. You're not blown up instantly. That's a good time.
Yeah. The ironic thing is I now just hate if people pick Vayne, so it's still AD carries that are the problem.
They did their best to get rid of them, but no, you cannot remove them, unfortunately. They are a bit of a staple in the game. Now we'll have to see if Cocoon's going to be able to get back into this game, do a little bit more as it's 17 to 28 CS at this point, but still a bit of a quiet one thus far.
Ooh.
No huge gold leads, but
it just gets sadder and sadder every time we have this camera on the bot lane. And it's not even Karkun's fault, it's just an incredibly difficult lane. Great hook,
oh, nice
immediate
hook.
cleanse.
Yeah. Oh, it's just look at the damage. Gang just can't do anything. That is the tank. That's the support losing most of their health. Oh, I fear level 6.
Yeah. I mean the cleanse is at least there, but
oh, is Elio? He's getting caught out. A lot of damage throws out the shield, but it looks like Gang is just going to get picked up for safety here. Nice lockdown. First blood for Shogun, and honestly, there's nothing you can do at this point. It's.
You've picked Thresh, and you're not even allowed to use your hook because you get hooked. Oh, this is outrageous. The 22 CS lead, and again, I can't stress this enough. I don't even blame Karkut. How are you supposed to play this lane? Obviously, Vikings, credit to them for picking such a strong laning phase, and again, it seems carrying on from what has been the case in the last couple of years for League of Legends esports. Strong laning champions tend to prevail. Of course, and it's not like they don't even scale, right? Like, sure, they're really strong in lane, but they're also strong late-game champions as well.
Yeah. Mel was brought out as one of these champions, and they had to do so much to sort of stop it. And you can see here, just backing in front of them is the disastrous part. And you can see the 1v1, the solo bolo here. Shawnee, very happy with this, is getting them very low. That would matter as they start to go for a little bit of a chase, is maybe a little bit of an overstay. But walking up, it does land a really nice combo as they start to retreat into the bush. The level 6, the double flash gets it done.
That's beautiful. That is really well played. And back to live, dead again. And this is the biggest issue that Syndra has, and it's a reason why we don't tend to see a lot of Syndra, is it's very, very vulnerable to the junglers that are strong. Right, if you do not have flash, you are pretty much a sitting duck in that mid lane. You have to be really, really careful with that scatter of the weak. And unfortunately, it's just so hard. You've lost flash, enemy jungler has it, and we'll see it here. I imagine it's just a Q flash at the end, and yeah, simple as can be. There's nothing you can do here as that Syndra.
If you could see my face, it's just a bit of a frown, just shaking my head going, that is really gross gameplay. That's, you know what, again, big credit to Vikings. They have just drafted so well, and you just have to feel for DFM of like, what can they really do? As they're going to go for something. Shogun is the target. Flash comes out. See if they can turn this around. As no, Elio's just going to say, no, I would like that kill, please.
So disgraceful.
Oh, it shouldn't be allowed. I think this is what we're going to start seeing a lot more as they pick up a double kill down to this bot side. Elio's just got no fear and no regard for their feelings whatsoever. Welcome to League of Legends bot lanes, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I think what I'm learning is you can't blind pick a Elio's Thresh in Game 2. This is what I've learned. Unfortunately, it's like, it looked good, right? They found passage onto Shogun, who did not have summoners. But then Elio is just untouched and one-shots Karkun. Just solo bolos him in the backside while this is all happening. Down goes the Lantern, Karkun's completely isolated, flashes forward and just dies.
Oh, it's just so gross. That's a 3v2 and they pick up a double kill against the 3 players.
Yeah. And it doesn't get any easier either. It does not get any easier. It's a rough state of affairs for, obviously, the bot lane here for DFM, but ultimately the team in general, because it's also been a bit of a struggle for Kane in the middle lane, and also, I mean, a slight CS advantage for Kratos top as well. Although, admittedly, Ray Faki is doing perfectly fine, I must say.
I don't even think we've looked top yet. I just think we've been looking at bot this entire time.
Oh, yes.
Have we seen anything topside? I'm pretty sure they're fighting right now, but we're just not looking at it.
Yeah. There's a lot. I mean, you just never know when you're going to miss a kill down here, unfortunately. It's so gross, man. It's just really... And it's hard to play against. It's really frustrating, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, you can only play so well around just the sheer amount of projectiles coming at you. And unfortunately, Thresh doesn't really offer much to sort of protect you or help you or alleviate the pressure. Not in the same way as champions, you know, like Rakan. Rakan can do a little bit more. You're a level 6 and you have genuine engage tools. There's a bit of sustain there as well on the Quill. But with the Thresh, you really are live and dying by that hook. And with the Mel, the hook can't even hit.
It's really, you got to go all in or nothing onto Shogun this Ashe, but the downside is the Mel at this point of the game, I would say probably does do a little bit more damage anyway. So it's like, yes, you can pick up the Ashe and sort of negate this 80 carry, but there's an AP carry right there with a support item. Yeah, and they're going to do just as much damage.
We just saw Alio sitting in lane 2v1 while it was Shogun that went to the river to zone out Citrus. And like, there genuinely is just not anything Karkun and Gang can do about it, especially with the flashes down, a fight breaking out top.
Dominus has been used. Refaki's pretty low. Citrus is up on this top side. We might see a little bit more of a fight, but I don't think the dive is really the play, as Citrus now walking around to the other side. Dominus is about to time out. Counter-strike is not going to hit the flash. Forward slice and dice is enough. Kratos loves a 2v1, but he might go down for his troubles. Citrus is going to hold on and pick up the return kill, 1 for 1.
Yeah, able to get the return. Really well played for Kratos. Just barely being outside of the counter-strike stun, so he's able to immediately flash back in, land that stun, get himself that kill. Turned around by Citrus, so able to get himself some gold on the board, which on Jace is absolutely impactful. But all the while, Guri is going to get himself that bottom, or be on that bottom side of the map, getting the dragon for himself and the team.
And while Citrus is having to be that sort of, that almost like a third support, you might even say, trying to impact these side lanes and give a little bit more agency, or at least take care of them a bit more, it is just alleviating Guri just to be so comfy. Taking his rejections. Oh, here's Shorty 2. Gang, I think you might be dead. Yes, you dodged the arrow, but you can't do much against that. Shorty blasts them into oblivion.
Yeah. The old hype video was in the Taipei Metro, and unfortunately I think I saw where it landed, and that was straight in DFM's bot lane. Gang, absolutely nowhere to go. 0-3-0 now on the Thresh, and unfortunately, just a fantastic draft out of Vikings, opening up this opportunity for themselves. And that is one credit I've always had to give Vikings as well. Sometimes their gameplay isn't the cleanest over the course of last year. They always are very smart at how they draft. As Kratos.
Kratos is going to get taken out. 3 members top is a nice little pickup as Kane is on the board.
Yeah, gets himself his first. Still behind his lane opponent, but it is important to keep getting that gold. And as you pointed out at the start of the game, perfectly good at scaling the Syndra champion is, as you get those splinters and items online.
Definitely now seeing the rotations coming out, just trying to share those tower plates around.
Was that Sai imagining being Kakun in this game?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm sort of having like Vietnam flashbacks from low elo solo queue, and this is exactly what I'd come up against, and I'm like, what can I do?
Yeah.
What do I want to do?
I think
and
as
it's
well,
sit there and farm.
I think as well as Aphelios does struggle in these matchups too, because sort of the way you can deal with these double range. Hold up, Kratos going for a 1v3 currently.
Yeah, he's looking for it as the Dominus gets hit.
Oh.
Here he's coming down, but no, Shawnee's on the back end as well. In between worlds is looking good. Look, as Citrus, he's gone. We're making some form of juice, but who knows what it's going to be. Maybe it's orange. And Kratos is still hunting Cocoon. Has he not suffered enough? As here comes Ray Farkey. Might be able to return kill here. Shawnee is looking very low. Gung is here. Grow does land the hook. Nice shutdown heading over to Ray Farkey, but it's not enough as they've lost their tower topside 2 to this bot lane, and a double kill for Kratos.
Yeah, and in what was a 3v5, it's a 3-2 win for Vikings and entire pressure up on that top side. They do get the 2 kills. There's a nice hook out of Gang at the back in there, so confirm that kill over onto Shawnee. Ray Farkey getting the credit for it. But still, it is Vikings continuing to win more and more. But as I was going to say before, once again, action broke out as the replay comes through, is sort of the way you can deal with these obnoxious ranged bot lanes is you need aggressive laners, right? Like something like a Draven, for example, or a Kai'Sa with an engaged support where you can, if you close the gap, just isolate someone and take them out immediately, because they are squishy, right? That's the detriment of the Mal and the Ashe. If you do get onto them, they will die reasonably easily. But the problem is with Aphelios Thresh, it relies on a hook which can be blocked by the Mal, and so you don't really have any tools left at your disposal to try and close that gap and actually get onto that bot lane.
Yeah, and it's almost like, do you go for something more aggressive and just force the play? Like, even in the Ashe Mel, like, there's the knockback.
Some
How much damage should it do, though?
That is
I want to
some
see.
rapid.
Not
that much. Yeah, not that much. But I think, yeah, the reaction times impressed me there. I know I'm getting hit by that shock blast 10 times out of 10. But that's okay, because I'll be
hit
a
by it
Scion.
11 times out of 10.
I'd be a Scion or a Cassandre, so it wouldn't do anything. It's fine.
Yeah, I'd be a mid laner, assassin melee mid laner. I'd be blasted to lose half my health.
Yeah. See, that's why tanks are good. Oh, cleanse,
Crystal
not available.
Arrow. Oh, he's not even allowed to move. Oh my lord, it's just too much at this point. Repels one more, and it looks like they're going to take this tier 1. So Cocoon can't walk up. He cannot walk up.
Yeah, especially without that cleanse up. Unfortunately, the duration of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow was enough to then land the CC from the Mal and finish him off. And yeah, it's a dire state of affairs. You're seeing the item, Stormrazor, and almost a second item here for Shogun, whereas Kakun still not even completing that collector despite getting the quest finished. 3K.
And the hardest part here as well is you only have 1 cleanse. Cocoon only has the 1 cleanse, and you have so much CC being layered onto you. You've got cease and desist from Vi. You have a crystal arrow from Ashe. Mel is going to hit you with multiple things that slow you down, along with a Blackfire Torch just burn you alive. And you got CC coming out from Kratos. Like, you can only use it on 1. After that, it's going to be followed up by everything else.
Good news, Pike, mate. He's got 2 now. They've got the Mikhail's Crucible as that first
Brilliant.
item on the Thresh. But still, it's a little bit... You got to be in the right place to make use of that one. Whereas, you know, Kakun with the autonomy of his own cleanse. And as you said, your cleanse, your Mikhail's is nice, but when Vi is charging at you from half a map away and punching you in the skull, knocking you up, you can't cleanse it. So there are still absolutely tools for Kakun to have to try and navigate. And the Lantern is a tool. You know, you can drag Guri. So Guri has to be a little bit careful with his choices of that cease and desist. But if ever you're not close enough to your tower, it's pretty simple pickings on this as the Aphelios currently.
Yeah, as Rift Herald is now being started up as well. It's just very easy, free objectives going over. There's Citrus, again, this Jace pick just isn't having the same agencies that we're seeing overseas in the LCP. It's just not being given the love that it needs. Please pick up that eye, thank you. But still, we want to see it get a little bit more damage done. It's 1-1 right now. Let's see if it can move up. It's picked up that opportunity too.
Yeah.
Let's see where it goes.
In fairness, the Jace is currently 0 wins in the LCK Cup too, but it's also 100%
True.
banned. So,
Yes.
you know, LCP Jace has the same win rate as LCK currently. But, yeah, I don't know. It definitely is a strong pick. It just hasn't really found its mark yet as Ray Fark is going to be jumped on. Does dodge away from the majority of the damage coming out of this Aurora. Guri trying to get up there to assist the top lane. Ray!
Shorty is taking some damage. Ray Farky's happy for the solo bolo there. Elio trying to send something back, but that was just not the place. Just maybe a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, got to calm it down. This game's not over. You can't be doing too many mistakes like that. That's a good chunk of change now for Ray. And on this Jax can be quite problematic. I say that, Kratos is just getting himself in a tower.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy pick up there. Tier 2 down on this bot side. Still all towers up and available. The side of Vikings. But let's watch that replay of this fight. I just feel like Shorty just pulled the trigger, missed everything, and just was not able to hold on.
Yeah.
Yep. Bummer. It's alright. Look at that damage chart coming in. Jax, Ray Farky really being that sort of pressure, or that maybe the pinnacle that they're trying to hold on to that can get things done. Like you said, Jax can be very big as the game progresses. But we've got to pause here.
We do. We do. I mean, taking stock of the situation, like, I don't like being doom and gloom, but it does kind of feel like a foregone conclusion this game. Credit to Ray. I think he's held his own very well this game and obviously found that solo kill in a position where his team didn't really have any business looking for such success. So it could be a catalyst back in, but unfortunately from behind, a composition like theirs, it's really hard, right? Syndra's going to be constantly playing on the back foot alongside this Aphelios, and they don't really have anyone that can look for engages or look for picks. It's kind of the Jax, and that's about it, right? You've got maybe the Scattered the Weak, but even looking for that as a Syndra is very risky with how much map control the Vikings currently possess. So it's going to take, I think, not only great play out of DFM, but also some mistakes from the Vikings for this one to be turned around.
Yeah, and I can even put it down to, is Thresh going to land the right hook? And it's not saying land a hook, it's the right hook. It's the right champion in the right place, the right time. Getting them inside that box and maybe seeing if they can hold it or stall the fight ever so slowly. But even then, the game is at a pretty detrimental point where I think Vikings could just walk away. But there is a chance. I feel like aiming for that Mel is not the call. I think you got to try and get onto this Ashe as best as possible and try and shut down this backline. There's a lot to get through, though, because they are just all so strong. Gold leads across the map for all the Vikings. 6k gold lead as we do come out of the pause. And now we're going to see where it's going. Items also being secured. You can see Black Cleaver, double Black Cleaver, Renekton and the Vi after a Shojin and a Sundered Sky.
Oh, look at those crystals. One of the most satisfying things now in League of Legends is attacking a tower that has that many crustaceans, I think. Might be a muscle farm or something. Ooh. Good dodge out of Kane.
Oh. I do love that even if the Rift Herald hits, the crystals stay. So the crystals have to be popped by a champion. That's a nice little change up, because usually I would assume Rift Herald would hit it and then the crystals are gone. You're like, that didn't feel too great. But you still get that real dopamine hit and satisfaction of popping those crystals yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to have to test it out. What gives more dopamine? Heartsteel Stack or Crystal Tower is like the conversation for me. Or winning the grass minigame top is another big one. But, because it's just, I think it speeds up the game a little bit, or like makes mistakes so much more punishing having these crystals, but it does feel good to hit them. So, yeah, it is a bit of fun.
You get the rare dopamine hit of the post-teleport, the empowered teleport with a shield bash. That's a big chunk of dopamine. Oh, it's just not doing enough damage for me. I think
No.
that's mostly because it's repelling it back, and Jace doesn't have that much damage right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It does get exciting seeing those, because you get to late game, right? The Jason powered blast is just like half their HP gone, but it is a little bit underwhelming currently. But he is, as you said, a little bit behind, and so not got that damage there to really hit hard with the empowered shock blasts. But I'm sure he'll get there. The Bastion Breaker picked up. I think it's the first time we've seen the item in this season. A lot of lethality. It gives you some true damage as well, which is a unique thing now for these assassin champions. True damage scaling with lethality, so...
Yeah, definitely a nice little change up. It's nice to see a bit more items. It's not just bagpipes being played every time. So, always good to see.
No bagpipes this game.
I'm down for it.
Oh, Shawnee has to be careful.
Now?
Great counter-strike.
Counter-strike? Ooh, Shawnee getting half health there too. A lot of crystals, but again, there's crocodiles waiting in the waters, and by waters I mean just pushing side lanes and getting free towers. It's a lot to deal with. With Dragon also being up, they're already on it. Vikings getting so much pressure on these objectives.
For sure. Mountain Dragon, third of the game, only 20 minutes in, 21, make it. It'll be the sole point now for the Vikings in a very commanding position. Now with very few things on the map for them to do. Of course, the Baron's there, but that could be one of the only ways they possibly lose this game. It's happened before, though.
He's in the right spot. They catch them out. Jace just gone. Kratos able to lock them down, and there's just nothing more you can do. Rayfark trying to hold on with that counter-strike, but still a double kill for the Crocodile. Sadly, this time, it's the Crocodile making handbags.
That will be the two down. Top and jungle down, Rayfarki and Citrus. It's going to be a Baron now for the Vikings. Very little can be done by DFM to stop it. They have 3 members alive, but squishy members at that, and a lot to turn around with on the side of the Vikings. Getting those kills, keeping all their sums, means this Baron could very well be the end of the game. Maybe no soul required.
And you see they're trying to pressure mid to the other side. DFM trying to get something going, but there's just not enough people on the map. There's Baron. Very easy secure for the side of Vikings, and it just comes down to how much control these lanes had in the early start that just fed everything, and you got to give it to them. They've just one draft, they've won the game so concisely, but the game's not over yet. We won't say it just yet. Crystal Arrow still hit. Very nicely good replay. Oh, you're going to be a little bit worried though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hard to fight back from here. There's not even the most amount of wave clear, realistically. I mean, if you have the blue gun and Aphelios, you do a bit of damage, but as you see there, it's red and purple. A bit from Syndra, but obviously magic damage doing less to these Baron-empowered minions.
Do you have a favorite gun on Aphelios?
Well, white. Yeah.
Yeah.
That does the most damage. But specifically when paired with red. So I guess I have a favorite pairing.
Red and white do not fight. That is the golden rule. I've always liked the Infernum. I just love hitting people with an ult of a Moonlight Vigil. With that, always looks awesome. Just it's like fireworks.
Yeah, it is cool. It is cool. I mean, it's nothing like the release. Oh my lord, release Aphelios was an absolute demon. You hit a Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum Gum, and you actually just 1v5. You've just pentakilled them. It was so bonkers. So I'm glad they lowered the
Is Kratos in trouble here? He does get the Dominus out. Let's see if he can 1v3, but no, Crystal Arrow is just going to skim and not hit, but here's Guri as well, now trying to lock them down. It's a lot of damage. The slice and dice is good, but no, that's an Aphelios. You are just too far behind. They do lock them down. Double kill again. The Crocodile is feeling good tonight. And the flash forward between two worlds. This is very aggressive for Shorty. They're just limit testing at this point. Kane locks them down. The Unleashed Force is going to get it done. And here they get the TP back. Baron empowered. They're walking down bot lane. 2 members left here, Bastion. Let's see if they can hold the line.
Yeah, it's Kane and Rayfarki against the world. Shawnee going down, and you can say what you want about him. He's an aggressive player. Nexus Tower 1 looking to fall. The second should there and after. Clearing out the wave first of all. Respawn's actually coming through.
Yeah, they might look actually back. Oh, as the hook lands, nice little knockback. Is going to stop Kratos. He's still looking for a bit more. Shutdown does go over. Maybe a slight overstep by the side of Vikings there, but they are 10k gold up. I feel like they can afford it.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, lower respawn timers means it is a little bit harder to end the game this early into it. So, not able to do so on this occasion. Respawns come through and able to defend the base one more time, but already done more than enough, I think, to get this one across the line. Great start of this fight for Kratos. He just pops the dominance, makes sure that Fury's building up, and will quickly find his way into Karkun. Cleanse taken out, bides some time, waits for the Fury again, and will find his way back in there as Guri and the bottom side just taking out Citrus, clean as can be. Karkun, unfortunately, just doesn't have that damage. The items absolutely not there for the Aphelios currently.
Do you like also, like, well, I'm just focusing on the Aphelios because I want to give them a little bit of love as much as possible. Do you like the Collector start, or do you think Stormrazor is the go? Because I feel like the Stormrazor has a slightly higher win rate around the block. Do you like it?
I mean, this game, you're against a bunch of squishy champs, so the Collector can have some value, and obviously you get the lethality in your kit as well as the AD, but yeah, I'm not sure. I've always, even last, because I play quite a bit of Aphelios, and I've always been a fan of like an attack speed item of sorts first. So, for example, I'd always go the Yuntal last split. I haven't played him this split, so I don't know. But I do think getting attack speed does feel really nice on that champ, because he scales with it with like so well, with having those extra attacks. Depending on the gun, of course, as White doesn't necessarily require having attack speed. You just need to be melee range of people. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Collector necessarily.
And final drag now being started up by Guri as well. All the members are down there, except for Shawnee, who's happy to sit up top side and just try and steal a blue buff by the looks of it. But that is going to be Soul. Mountain Soul's going to make it a lot harder to kill these tanks, and that's why we're seeing such success from Kratos. Big shields are going to make it so hard for this Crocodile. That hardened skin is going to be looking good.
Level 17 against level 13 is the difference between Kratos and Karkun.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what chance really Karkun stands, unfortunately. Right? There's no one really here to help Guri, so wisely decides not to overcommit to that one. But as a quick caveat, back to the Collector thing, I just don't really like Collector as an item, to be honest. So I'm a little bit biased. I think, like, there are some champs, of course, that Collector's really nice on. I think Akshan is one of them. But, like, in general, a lot of champs that build Collector, I feel like get more value out of just going Armor Pen. Like this Corki going third item Collector, I think by that stage, Collector's effectiveness has somewhat expired. So having that extra shred or going for the Infinity Edge or whatever it may be looks or seems better to me. I haven't run the actual numbers, but yeah, I feel like Collector is on a timer as an item, and that's just unideal as an item to just have a timer that you're on until you sort of lose effectiveness.
Yeah. No, I fully agree. It's definitely a different game as well for that Ashe, who is just so much further ahead. Almost Flame Horizon, as they are 342 CS in 27 minutes. They've just been free farm, and Crystal Arrow does go out. It goes onto the Thresh in between worlds. Elio is just going to lock that one down. Rayfark, he's all alone, has the stopwatch just to stay alive a little bit longer, but it's a double kill again. Elio's just stealing these kills. That's exactly what you want from a Mel support. Flash is going forward. They want even more. Good Scatter of the Week is going to keep them back, but the resets are not enough. They're at the Nexus. They're taking the tiers. They're all cleaning up. 28 minutes in this game. Soul, Void Grubs, Baron, 12k gold lead, and Vikings clean up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, what an absolute decimation for the Vikings. Coming in swinging here into our new season of the LCP. Starting hot. They did much the same last year and were hopefully able to continue what was an incredibly exciting series. Shawnee coming in, first time here on the big stage. Honestly, he had some brilliant moments. I mean, that solo kill in the mid lane was phenomenal, but then he had a few oversteps, which in this game had no real consequences. But, you know, you go up against the likes of GAM, the likes of CFO, you can't afford to make those mistakes. So this was a clean series, but not without faults, which is always really good because you want to have something to look at, even on your really successful victories, to actually improve upon. So I think it's important that Vikings, you know, they can be happy about this win, they can celebrate, but also keep locked in, because it felt like last year there were moments of lapses of, I'm not even sure, but they sort of went from really high highs to really low lows, and I really hope we don't see that this year.
Look, and that's the same thing. It's like you said, we are so early in the split. It is night 2, split 1, week 1. Split 1, sorry, yeah. So it's like, these games, though important for stacking those points, this is where teams are really starting to find their identities. They're really trying to find how they want to move, how they want to shake, what the competition's going to be looking like. But this game clearly was just an all-over domination. The gold lead was huge. Turrets, Drakes, everything was unstoppable. So I feel like we probably will start seeing a lot more of like these Ashe Mel bot lanes where we do have double range matchups to really get a little bit more going. Again, in solo queue, it is very much an Enchanter support meta right now. There is a lot of that where you get those tanks to the top side. I'm keen to see a little bit more of that going forward. But Mel, that's my permaban right now because of exactly that. So, you know what? Not too bad overall. And we're seeing a pretty nasty fight from Malphite as we see the whole series.
Yeah, Alio, I believe, with this replay, will be picking up the MVP. I mean, Kratos, Alio, Guri, Shogun. I mean, honestly, anyone except the mids, and only because the mids subbed out mid-series. So Alio is going to claim it. Everyone on Vikings, though, firing on all cylinders, played fantastically well and very well-deserved series win. But as you said, I mean, every team trying to come in, find their identities, and that's so important, right? This is kind of, you know, week 1. If you got an easier matchup, then it's like, okay, that's really thankful, but still, even in those easier matchups, you want to be learning your team identity. Vikings, they have a leg up alongside Team Secret Wales on being able to do so by virtue of being the sort of the 2 squads that actually remained together, barring those 2 supports being subbed out. Sealong actually, I mean, he's still on the squad, but Alio coming in as the starter instead. But regardless, I mean, the point stands, right? You really want to use these first weeks as finding your identity, because all you need to do is get top 6, you're into playoffs, and that's where it really, really does count, especially for acquiring a berth into that first stand tournament, which already our region has had such success on last year with CFO.
Yeah, I'd like to see us continue to make these waves. I think the LCP has the talent. We're seeing teams like this really starting to push the limits and really drive different types of gameplay. Yes, we're seeing similar champs, but we're seeing different builds, we're seeing different moves, we're seeing teams communicate differently, and it's great to see. So I'm excited to see what we can get from the other teams, especially tomorrow night, seeing a couple fresh new games, fresh new teams, and see what they're going to bring to this table. But at the same time, it's pretty contested. I think all these teams have looked pretty even regardless. Maybe not so much this series here, but I think DFM have a couple things they can work on, and I think they've got a lot that they could really step up to and be a bit of a contender if they put the work in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, mostly changed roster, only Karkut and Ray Faki remaining. Citrus, I guess, from Split 3 in fairness, but still, you know, it is, it all sense of the words, a relatively new roster coming together, and you do get some time to try and work out how you want to play as a team. So I don't think you have to be too worried just yet. I think, of course, in Game 2, you can be a little worried about how dominant it was for the Vikings, but even then, you can chalk some of it down to draft, some of it down to just not really being able to play that bot lane with the duo lane that was the Mal and the Ashe. I don't actually think we'll see a lot of the Mal support, and the reason is, I think, again, if you can find a bottom lane that can get onto them, they are going to be very, very vulnerable. Thresh, unfortunately, isn't a champ that really allows that by virtue of his one way in is a hook, and that hook can just be bounced back at you, and really, there was nothing else for Alio to need to use that reflect on, so it was quite clear-cut how to do it. Today's results, though, GAM, a clean 2-0 over CFO. CFO now with their second ever LCP defeat. How will the Titans bounce back from this? We're going to have to find out next week. But then, of course, the second series, we just watched it, an absolute decimation as the Vikings took down DFM. The standings, as it were, DCG stands atop the table alongside GAM and Vikings, all 3 of them which receiving a 2-0, closely followed by Team Secret Wales with that 2-1 win over Ground Zero yesterday.
Look, and this is exactly what we were planning to see. It makes a lot of sense. It's only day 2. There has to be a winner. There has to be a loser. But that top space, the 3 teams all winning with the 2-0 is pretty pretty rough to see as well. It's exciting because it shows that there are teams with a lot of talent out there really making it work. But Sunday's matches tomorrow, tune in. It is GZ versus DCG, up first at best 3 into TSW, so Secret Wales versus SHG. Those will be some matches to watch. I'm excited to see GZ get that win.
Yeah, GZ DCG. That's really exciting simply because those are the two newcomers. The two orgs that have just got into the LCP as of this year, fighting up against one each other. Both of them PCS, so it is a PCS derby, civil war in our starting match of tomorrow, and really we'll have a lot of stakes for where each team is on the standings. Currently DCG with that 2-0 win is above Ground Zero, who are currently -1 point, DCG on 2 points, but if they do win cleanly Ground Zero, they will then overtake DCG. Much the same, if DCG get a 2-0 win, then they put themselves in a really, really comfortable position early on into the split.
And that is all we wanted to see. Look, honestly, these games today were pretty damn good. I think the last series, we were hoping for a lot, but it still was a great showing for Vikings. Even CFO GAM, that was a series that, like you said, their second loss ever for CFO. Like, how do they turn this around? How do they start to change the pace of the storyline? But we're just going to have to see as we have another set of games tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. But Vestian, close us out, baby.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you so much, Pike, for being here with me. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you tonight's series. And again, we will see you all tomorrow. Some banger games on the lineup. Catch you there.